PSCs for the engineering and electrical sector. So now we are into a strategy formulation for the textile sector as a part of implementation of the master plan. So I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to our President, Mr. Dr. Ashok, who is the Chairman of RIAB. I have a great happiness in welcoming Sri APM Mohammad Anish IAS, who is the Principal Secretary dealing with public sector enterprises and who has consented to inaugurate this workshop. Thank you, sir. We have on the dais Mr. Anil Kumar, who is the Director at least 3 public sector enterprises, in addition to various other responsibilities. So I thank you very much and I extend you a very warm welcome to this function. Mr. Anil Kumar. Now we have the advisor of for the implementation of master plans, who is leading the project management unit stationed at Cochin. I extend my warm welcome to the advisor, Mr. Roy Kurian, for gracing this occasion. And last but not the least, though a matter of formality, I welcome Srimati Asha M. Nair, who is dealing with the textile sector in RIAB. So the basic format of this workshop is actually presentations by 3 managing directors of state-owned enterprises, the chief executive of Kerala State Textile Corporation, the managing director of Texfed and Malappuram Cooperative Spinning Mills, and the MD of Alapi Cooperative Spinning Mills. So I extend my warm welcome to these speakers, the CEOs of 3 PSUs. Now we have the experts who are gracing this occasion, Mr. Sanjay Arora, Mr. Alagan Karupannan, and Mr. Parameshwaran. So I thank you so much for finding time to be here with us, and I extend you a very warm welcome. In addition to that, all the officers, key officials of the mills are present here for some deliberations, which of course will turn to be fruitful for the sector. So I extend warm welcome to all of you and all those who have assembled here. Thank you so much.
Respected Principal Secretary Sri APM Mohammad Harish, IAS, Sri Anil Kumar, Sri Roy Kurian, Sri Patna Kumar, the experts from various parts of the country who arrived here, the chief executive officers and other senior officers of our PSUs, textile PSUs, or my dear media brothers and sisters, the RIAB and PMU staff, the textile industry in the country is facing a series of issues related to production and this procurement of raw materials, technology and its upgradation, and marketing. These issues as a whole is more or less similar to all other units in the country, but it varies from state to state, from public sector to private sector. These are multi-state units to single state units like that. However, we have this textile industry in our states working in this public sector. We have so many issues related to this statutory dues to authorities and institutions, some private finance issues, the spending salary and this gratuity like that, some employee benefits. But here, in this strategy workshop, our focus is to identify and reach certain conclusions and a strategy to solve the issues related to the procurement of raw materials, this production technology, and this marketing. See, this is not giving any importance to this financial matters, but of course it has its own value. But if this money is in our hands, it's not a larger issue. But the technological issues attracts more attention, and we are focusing to that. Our Principal Secretary is always everywhere in the programs and this administration and this technology programs especially is with us. Now he is here. He's after a very long assignment of conducting the State Youth Festival of Kerala schools, and he's now with us. He's with pleasure and love, I invite Sri Mohammed Hanish IAS to inaugurate this workshop, please.
മാർട്ടിനല്ലേ അത്? ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെ കുറച്ച് നേരം നോക്കിയായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ടെക്സ്റ്റൈൽസിൽ അല്ലാത്ത ഒരാളിവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഹിന്ദുവിൻ്റെ മാർട്ടിൻ അവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത് കണ്ടു. മാസ്ക് ഇട്ടുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവണമില്ല, എന്നാലും പഴയ കാലത്തെ പരിചയത്തിന് കുറവൊന്നും ഇല്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് ഓക്കെ. The President of the meeting, Dr. B. Ashok, Chairman RIAB. Director of Handloom and Textiles, Shri K.S. Anil Kumar. Secretary RIAB, Shri K. Padmakumar. Advisor Master Plans, Shri Roy Kurian, Srimati Asha M. Nair. Managing Directors, General Managers, CEOs of the various cooperative spinning mills, various units of Kerala State Textiles Corporation, Kerala State, the Managing Directors of Kerala State Handloom Development Corporation and Kerala State Handloom, Textiles, it's called Handtex, means Handloom Textiles, no, Handloom Weavers Cooperative Society. And anybody else left out here? Of course, Texfed, that's Apex Body, MD of Texfed. Our sector experts from the project management unit that's been constituted for the creation and the conceptualization and the realization of the master plans. Colleagues from RIAB and eminent persons from the media fraternity. Today, we are into the formulation of the business strategy for the textile sector in Kerala. When you compare the textile sector in Kerala with various other states of the country, we are quite behind. And naturally so, because from the times of the British Raj, the kind of emphasis that was provided for the textile sector in the Western Indian states had been immense. with the result that Bhiwandi and similarly situated neighboring districts in Maharashtra always used to have the prime importance in terms of the textile strategy and the kind of textile plans that were evolved during those times. Even after independence for that matter, even when the Bengal muslin collapsed and the various processes that were associated with Bengal presidency collapsed after the kind of total erasement of the space that was provided for the artisans and the weavers of the Bengal presidency during the British Raj, which is one of the major reasons, as we say, for the rise of the nationalism also. So that is for the historical part of the country, historical part of the whole textile story of the country. Now every state had tried to promote their particular brand, the particular kind of strain of the textiles that were required for that particular region or for the whole of this country and for the whole of this world. In Kerala, right from the 1950s and even before that, we had the existence of a few mills which were taken either under the aegis of the Kerala State Textiles Corporation. We have 7 units for the Kerala State Textiles Corporation, situated from places as far as Uduma in Kasaragod to finally the southernmost being no, Chenganu, Prabharam Textiles for good. So quite a few years later, from Chenganu to Tamil Nadu. I don't know the reasons why he went away from Chenganu to Tamil Nadu. I would certainly love to believe that he was more into his film career than his textile career, and not for the reasons of unfriendly nature of Kerala vis-a-vis industry. I don't know that. Now, 7 units of Kerala State Textiles Corporation and 8 independently situated cooperative spinning mills, which are ultimately controlled by the Textiles Cooperative Federation, the Apex Federation, of which Mr. Salim is the managing director. Now, the question arises here, 15 altogether. Are we just 15? No, we are not. Then very interestingly, 2 other public sector undertakings stick out. I mean, those PSUs which have immense wealth in terms of the land resources, but very poor strength in terms of the production. Sidara Mills in Trichur and the Trivandrum Spinning Mills in Balrapuram. So we are 17 now. Are we 17? We have an adjunct coming in. Kerala State Handloom Development Corporation, which can be called the kind of fighting arm of the handloom in the state. And we have the Apex Society of Handloom Weavers Cooperative Societies, Handtex. Anil Kumar heads Handtex, while Arunachalam Sukumar heads Kerala State Handloom Development Corporation. So are we over? Not exactly. Indian Institute of Handloom Technology comes in. But is there somebody from IHT Kannur? I had invited them personally because Sridhanyan was with me in the Kerala State Schools Youth Festival. So I told Dhanyan that he should come over. So he was there for taking part with the students over there. Now, with these 17 units altogether, 17 units or entities altogether, what is the sense that we make? The first question which comes to our mind, which has to come to our mind in 2023 is that, why do we have these textile mills in existence? What is the reason for its existence? If so, if there is a particular purpose, apart from providing job or labor, if there is a particular purpose for creation of quality stuff in terms of the yarn that's produced, then there are certain other questions which come in. Naturally, the questions coming in are of one, the productivity. Second, the question of the bottom line, that's whether it's red or black, whether it's profitable or, unprofitable. And thirdly, about the kind of contribution that it is making to the Kerala society, economically and socially. So these are the 3 questions I think, Roy Kurian, we need to answer. One is the productivity. Second would be the kind of, the profitability. Third would be the utility or rather the relevance that it has to the society and the Kerala economy. These are the 3 things. Kerala has always not been a cotton producing area in any case. We don't have cotton here, apart from the kind of, sporadic growth of, the cotton trees which we have on the countryside. So naturally it calls for making available large quantities of bales of cotton so that the production takes place unhindered. Suma, right? So that's the first question which needs to be answered. The second question is, if such huge quantities of cotton comes in, what is the quality of the yarn that's produced and what is the kind of quantity of the yarn that's produced, right? So beyond that, there is a third question coming in. Is the technology upgradation, the capacity building or the capacity strengthening of the workers over there, and also the kind of, the schedules that are being to be adhered to strictly, the production schedules as well as the time schedules to be adhered to, are they being properly addressed? Now, with these things in question, number one being, what is the kind of, the availability of cotton? Number two being the kind of quality and the quantity of the yarn that's produced. And number three being, what is the kind of, profitable, timeline and the production schedule that's being met. And number four, questions related to labor, questions related to employment, and also in relation to the financial strength or the financial health of these institutions. Gone are the times when the governments of the land, be it the central government or the state government, can keep on financing the working capital requirements of the mills forever. We need to stand on our feet. Now, cooperative spinning mills definitely can have a kind of a great savior in the form of National Cooperative Development Corporation, even though the interest rates happen to be a bit higher as well. Tomorrow, everybody has to repay the money that they have taken. And tomorrow, let us not keep it a habit to ask the Kerala government to finally repay the money that the mills have taken from NCDC as loan. That habit has to end. The interest as well as the principal of the NCDC loan have to be met by the cooperative spinning mills. Now, what are the kind of designs and the kind of permutations and combinations that the various cooperative spinning mills, from Kannur Cooperative Spinning Mill, northernmost, to Kollam? It's Kollam, right? Because in the cooperative sector it would be Kollam. Kollam Cooperative Spinning Mill. What are the kind of ranges and the kind of diversities that can be brought in? Every cooperative spinning mill has got its own diversity, its own strengths, its own weaknesses, its own opportunities. When you come to Kerala State Textiles Corporation, the problem is very interesting. It's once again a public sector undertaking with all its units together. Naturally, there is a unitary structure. It doesn't have a kind of a decentralized structure. Unitary structure has its strengths, it has its weaknesses. Whatever happens in Uduma Textiles, far end of the state in Kasaragod, need not exactly be reported in the true form and shape in the headquarters in Trivandrum. And unless and until the capacity building of the Kerala State Textiles Corporation headquarters and the constituent units is beefed up, we will never be able to really keep the record straight. That's why we in the government always keep lamenting the fact that the audit figures, the audit statements and the audit results are not updated. It still lags by a few years. If that's the case, naturally enough, the government has taken a very clear stand that hereafter, unless you keep your book of accounts clear, book of accounts up to date, you will never get a further financial assistance from the state government. So that takes care of our 7 units of KSTC. Then we have the Sitara mills and the Trivandrum spinning mills. For so many historical and social reasons, they have been separate entities. And Sitara mills, as everybody knows, also gave birth to one of the leading, political personalities in the state as well, a person who became chief minister at least 4 times chief minister. He was also a product of Sitara mills, Winterchu. Yeah, that's right. And when it comes to Trivandrum spinning mills, it is again in the hub of handloom, manufacturing and the handloom production in the whole of the state. That's Balramuram. Now, in all these mills together, vast lands are available. And they have been lying fallow, unutilized for years together. How do we make sense of it? How do we monetize it? Tomorrow, if you don't require it for your manufacturing purposes, if you cannot utilize it properly, in association with various other institutions inside the industries department itself, we are trying to formulate plans for creation of industrial estates over there in association with Kinfra and other. Naturally, some deal of the revenue can certainly be claimed by our cooperative spinning mills and the various units of KSTC and Sitara mills and the Trivandrum spinning mills together. The basic question arises here: how do we access cotton? Right from our school days, we kept on studying all the time that cotton is grown very well in the Deccan Plateau region, and that's because of the black soil that we found there, named rigor in local parlance. It's all good. But at the same time, the kind of huge fluctuations that happen in the price of cotton in terms of the trade exchanges that it has, it poses a great deal of challenge for governments to operate. Today's best price need not be tomorrow's best price. And if the kind of questions of financial probity, the financial integrity can certainly come in, arise any time later. So we have to be absolutely sure about it. As a first step, I'm happy to announce that the Kerala government has already issued the government order constituting the Cotton Board under my chairmanship with my colleagues Mr. Papakumar, Anil Kumar, and Kerala State Handloom Corporation MD Mr. Arunachal Sukumar as the members. So, and that's MK Salim, Textile Managing Director as well. Now, Cotton Board has been a great answer for a long-standing demand. Now, how do we really make sense about this Cotton Board? The terms and procedures, the terms and conditions, the ways and means by which the tendering has to be done, whether tendering is required or not, or what are the other means by which, the foolproof means. Let us not finally end up in vigilance cases or something of that sort. The foolproof, absolutely financially, transparent systems by which the procurement of cotton is done so that ample quantities of cotton is available for all the mills across the state, be it under KSTC or the Textile, the cooperative spinning mills. The second matter, as I stated earlier also, relates to the quality and the quantity of the yarn that's produced. The quality of the yarn naturally depends on the technology that's utilized. The quantity of yarn also goes into the speed and the pace with which the machinery can be operated, and also the man days and the work days and the harmonious labor relationships that we try to cultivate in all our places. It requires capital expenditure. For this capital investment, NCDC can certainly support us to a great extent. At the same time, in the Kerala government, based on the plans that are going to be already made available by the master plan unit, we should be able to take it forward. But then we cannot be very sure about these things. Our credibility and the strengthening of the structure, the financial standing, as well as the rating of these institutions has to be much better than whatever it is today, so that it can finally access market finance if possible. That is also another way to look at it. Because we cannot depend on A, Kerala government, B, Government of India, and 3, Kerala government or Government of India sponsored financing agencies. These are the 3 routes by which the financing takes place. Now, the third question relates to the relevance of these institutions to Kerala in a social and economic sense. In a social sense, I can always understand that it provides job, it provides employment to hundreds of workers, at least in that area. And if you can have the kind of forward integration of the same thing, naturally it leads to indirect employment for hundreds of people as well. And then finally, if we can really integrate it into the production of various finished products in the handloom sector, nothing like it. That's wherein from Balramapuram, handloom to the Kasaragod sarees, you have a huge range coming in, which includes our, what was that Trichu name? The Trichu village? Kuttambulli, and everything together. Now we need to really create that brand of Make in India, made in Kerala, as much as strong as possible. That's what our Honorable Industries Minister keeps speaking about all the time. And made in Kerala brand, which can be made, and the GI tag that's already acquired by Balramapuram Handloom, I believe. GI tags have been, Kuttambulli has it or not? Kuttambulli has it. We need to promote such weaver societies, such weaver communities. And this weaver communities naturally ultimately constitutes the kind of the great socio-economic intrinsic fabric of the state. We are providing a yeoman service to these small, tiny communities who even speak languages that are different from Malayalam. Kuttambulli people speak a slightly different dialect, if I'm right. Now, that being the case, we need to promote that cultural mosaic of the state and also see to it that the marketing, the branding and the marketing is done to a great extent with the support of the Directorate of Handloom and Textiles, and we should ultimately rise much, much beyond whatever is being provided as succor or relief by the General Education Department, once again headed by me, through the school uniform program. How many more years can we continue with the school uniform program? Of course, I believe that the youngsters should get good school uniforms and they should get it. So in my unenviable task is that I raise the demand, give it to the industries, the mills in the industries department, get the things ready, and then get the money from the education department and hand it over to them. So the right hand and the left hand knowing exactly whatever they are doing. Now, this being the case, but this cannot go on for eternity. We need to create our own brand, and we need to see to it that a greater deal of marketing expertise is made. Tomorrow, if Bengal can do it, if Maharashtra can do it, if Andhra Pradesh can do it, why can't we do it? That calls for scaling up of the, quantity, the production. It calls for a greater deal of, creation of the niche markets that are required across the globe for very delicate, absolutely, very delicately or rather skillfully placed, commodities like Balrapuram handloom and other stuff. We need to do that. Now, the quality of the yarn, quantity of the yarn, the availability of cotton, the productivity angle, the relevance to the Kerala society, and finally we come to the questions related to the internal discipline that we have to ensure within our system. First and foremost, the employee-employer relationship has to be the best possible one, because we need to understand the writing on the wall. When every day, day in and day out, there would be somebody, from Kerala State Electricity Board or some other institution coming in all the time to state that your current bills have not been paid, and therefore your power connection would be taken off the next day. That's not a good, kind of a omen for kind of good business to be generated. Secondly, we also have to look at the ways and means by which the audited statements, the audits, the internal, accounting, everything have to be absolutely up to date. It calls for a great deal of digitization of the procedure, a great deal of e-office application to be made so that things become absolutely fast, transparent, and credible. That has to be carried out. Thirdly, the kind of presentation that's made for any proposal that's being floated from the institutions has to be a bit more professional. Gone are the days when 2 pages of whatever crassly printed material can constitute as a project proposal at the government level or the government of India level. Instead of that, let's go for absolutely professional presentation that's made with, if necessary, with the help of external consultants so that they become truthful statements, or rather most beautifully printed statements about the mission and the vision of the institution, and also see to it that these vision and the mission are delivered ultimately by the stakeholders of the institution. Today, we are having quite a few sessions over here, and these sessions, naturally enough, would lead to a better understanding of the strategy that's required for the implementation of the turnaround of the textile sector in the state. The government of Kerala is absolutely committed to seeing to it that the various challenges faced by the textile units in Kerala are met, and the spinning mills have to be given a greater deal of emphasis as well. And technology and the product innovations are very much called for. And as I stated earlier, the manufacturing excellence and also the presentation excellence. Excellence in terms of presentation. In Kolkata airport, when I was actually having a kind of a brief sojourn for some time to catch the next flight, I could see the way in which they had showcased the whole of Bengal inside that small, small space that was created and inaugurated by Miss Mamta Banerjee, West Bengal Chief Minister. And they call it Banga, what is it? If somebody had been to the Kolkata airport, you remember the name. That's it. So that kind of, unique, shops or showcasing, which can do a great deal of good for ethnic products showcasing, has to be carried out. We have to do that. That's the way in which it is promoted before the international audience. We can do the same in Cochin or Trivandrum or Kannur or Calicut airports. For that matter, we should certainly strive for that. The challenges are very much, and the opportunities are also immense. We should be able to finally evolve the business and operational strategy for the day and see to it that we start implementing it as soon as possible. Lots of time has been wasted for either making it functional or making it dysfunctional, then finally being in the hibernation for years together. Ultimately, a very benevolent leader or administrator would come and you would revive the spinning mill. After that, it would just go spluttered. That should not be the way in which we should be acting. We should not be acting or rather creating kind of excellence in bits and starts. Instead of that, it has to be a steady, streamlined process by which We should be able to tell the whole society, the state, that here is an institution that really lives up to the kind of the demands of the society and also the aims and aspirations of the society and delivers something valuable to the society in Kerala. That's what we have to aim at, and I hope and pray that the deliberations of the day would ultimately lead to such meaningful conclusions that can be taken out. Cotton board is just a beginning. Operational excellence can come about only with the infusion of new technology, and for that we require money. And also we would see to it that capacity building internally of the employees, the employers, has to be carried out in a greater way. It calls for a greater deal of training programs, acclimatization programs for our staff members as well. For decades together, they have been doing the same thing again and again and again. Let's try to do that. And we should also strive to create, or rather the undiscovered potential of the Indian Institute of Handloom Technology, Kannur. I'm not absolutely enamored with whatever is being done by the IIHT team over there. We need to scale it up so that we should live up to the name of that Indian Institute of Handloom Technology. We need to do that. With these words, I would conclude, and I hereby formally inaugurate the Business Strategy Workshop for Textile Sector in Kerala. I wish all the best for the colleagues over here, the moderators, the presenters of the various the experts who are taking the technical sessions, and also all the participants from the various textile units and the other sectors across the state. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
May I request the Director of Handloom and Textiles, Mr. Anil Kumar, to deliver his address, please.
Respected President, Chairman and Chairman RIAB, Sri Dr. Ashok, respected Principal Secretary, APM Mohammad Hanish Sir, Secretary RIAB, Sri Patmakumar, advisors from PMU, Sri Roy Kurian, dignitaries from organizations who are attending, who are addressing this workshop, the MDs, GMs from spinning mills, media persons, and my colleagues. Good morning to all. The workshop is an initiative of government, RIAB and PMU to formulate a uniform SOP code for the spinning industry in the state. Much importance is given to this industry as there are more than 3,000 people employed, thereby addressing a social cause of the society. As the Power Principal Secretary mentioned, there are 16 spinning mills across the state, 8 in cooperative sector, 8 in public sector. I think a total of 2,47,460 spindles are installed across these mills. In a short stint of time, it was noticed that there was no mechanism to control the supply chain elements. In the supply chain, most important components are production and marketing. In production, raw material purchase, machinery, workers, etc. are the major cost drivers. We are sourcing almost all materials from other states. Price of raw materials are dictated by dominant players in the market, and we have no control over the price fluctuations. The action we have taken to address this issue is the procurement of cotton in off-season. Government has initiated and formulated a cotton board for this purpose. It is a small intervention to make a change in the cost of production of the industry. With all this infrastructure, we are not in a position to add margin with the cost of production. Even we have not analyzed the cost of production since the raw material price and yarn price are dictated by the market. Without good understanding of the cost of production, how long can the industry survive? I think this thought has evolved such a workshop which we are attending today. It is observed that there are 3 shifts of operations in all the mills, and the electricity charges for the 3 shifts are in 3 different ranges. The first shift costs around rupees 5.45 per unit, and in the peak time, that is in 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., comes to 8.62 rupees per unit from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., it is only 4.31. It is unfortunate to notice that almost all the mills do their maintenance and repair works at the off-peak period, and the production is maximum at the peak rate period. And this understanding makes to rethink the production practice. And one mill has been chosen. The Sitaram mill has been directed to change their practice by shifting their maintenance and repair works to peak rate time and maximum production from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. This decision could not be implemented easily. The reluctance from the trade unions have been sorted out by discussions. The action has been resulted for 2 lakhs above savings in electricity in the last month. Hence, it is proven. The savings from 16,912 spindles. When we look at the spindle savings, could be 30 lakhs per month. That means around 16,000 spindles, we at an average savings of 30 lakhs per month. Annually, it becomes a 4 crores savings. The second one is the machinery operation. The machinery can be operated in a minimum and maximum speed. There is an ideal speed that maximizes energy savings. This also has to be analyzed and implemented. Similarly, there are various savings which can be implemented by micro-level analysis of operations. Hence, the conversion cost can be easily managed rather than the raw material and marketing costs which are not in our hands. We can also decide the off-season selling of yarn to be minimum and the maximum yarn to be sold out at a peak rate time. So a practice has to be evolved. Maximum production to be done by analyzing the past seasons fetching high yarn rate. Sometimes in off-season, a uniform layoff to be declared with the minimum interval, so that workers are not suffered due to this action. The incentives and bonus to be paid for the employees and workers having at least 240 days of attendance in a year. As per the Gratuity Act, 240 days is minimum attendance for a worker or an employee. This should be made mandatory for all workers and employees. As I have got a small stint of time to study the mills, such type of practices has been noticed which need to be addressed to reduce the money erosion of industry by implementing a uniform SOP code in all the mills in the state. Likewise, a lot of standards can be implemented uniformly across the mills. Last but not least, I may suggest a package for settling the huge statutory dues, including the power charges, may be considered. Hence, I hope that an SOP can be evolved in the workshop and a new beginning or a breakthrough for the mills in the coming years. Before I conclude, a special thanks to RIAB and PMU for inviting me to address this esteemed gathering. Thanks to all for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anil Kumar. So may I request Mr. Roy Kurian, who is the advisor of the project management unit, to explain the expected outcome from this workshop, please.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, a very good morning to all of you. My purpose of standing before you is to make it clear as to what is the expectation we all have from this strategy session today. So the broad overview of the sector as a whole has been very clearly elucidated here by Sri Mohammad Hanish, our industry secretary, and Mr. Anil Kumar has given his address, and certain strategic directions also he has mentioned based on his experience. So I'm not going so much into those details, but for the benefit of the consultants who have come here, accepting our invitation to speak to us, I'll just give some numbers. We have, as has been already mentioned, we have total around 17 units in various parts of the state, some of them under KSTC and some of them in the cooperative sector. Total number of spindles, if you look at, you have installed capacity and your available spinning capacity. But available figures, if you take in total for the state, it's around 2,65,000. And the production quantity total, production capacity total for the year Annual capacity is around 10,500 ton in tonnage. And the total turnover, which all these units together make in a year, is around 300 crores, 310. Of course, it fluctuates, we all know. But this is the overview. And we have all these units are already executing various projects for modernization, upgradation, technology. Several things are going on in various, it's in various phases of completion. So that is the status. And we have made, actually Mr. Shelley, our my colleague in project management unit, has made a statement like this, has been shared with all the consultants, basically, to get for you to get an idea of what it is about. It contains all these things what I mentioned, those capacities and the ongoing projects and any remarks, so that you could come prepared for what we are talking of. Now coming to the objectives what we have in mind. Let me at the outset say one thing. In a session like this, sitting here and listening to the heads of various units talking about their woes, their problems and all that, and in a session with some minimal interaction in the session, we do not expect the consultants, the strategy experts to immediately on the spot give specific solutions to specific problems of each and every unit. I know it is not practical. That's not an issue. But and if at all something like that has to come out, that requires a specific, very detailed study of the units, specific units, whatever they are undergoing, what there are issues, and that has to come. And that has to come from maybe an assignment to some of you to go into detail. That can be later. But from this session, our minimal expectation is that at least some broad strategic directions has to evolve. When people talk about their issues, at least directionally, may not be specific actions, but at least direction. These are the things where we have to, technologically this is where we have to go. And on the production capacity utilization is the area where we have to go. And on the optimization of operations, as Mr. Anil was saying, the timing of the operations, minimizing costs, etc., etc. And similarly, more importantly, when to produce, when to sell, when to buy raw material, sourcing. So these are, we know the major, the largest single item of cost in yarn manufacture is the cotton price itself. Secondly, I think comes electricity. So the timing of purchase of the raw material is a very, very, very important thing. And we are all obliged, once you have a factory, whether you are making a positive contribution or not. I'm just talking of contribution, not about net profit. That is selling price minus variable cost. Even if you are not making a positive contribution, people feel compelled to keep running the unit, as if, running the unit is the most important. That's not the case. If you are making negative contribution, you should not run the unit even for a single day. But as long as the contribution is positive, even if you are not making a net profit, yes, you have to run, because that much of money is going to contributing towards meeting at least a part of your fixed cost. So these kind of things are very fundamental, but many a time for various other reasons, sensitivity, we have to keep the plant running and all those things. So those kind of things I feel has to evolve, in the discussion. And one more thing is that the government, of course, is supporting the sector in a very, very big way, but there may be a scope for a forum like this to come out with at least some distilled wisdom can come out, which can give at least some recommendations to the government to be taken on the policy front. So these are the broad outcomes which we expect from this. And for this, what we have tried to do is, we have made a very simple Excel format. The units or whoever is speaking, and then coming to the issues raised and whatever strategic directions have evolved. So some of our colleagues, Ms. Asha as well as Lata, would be capturing it on an Excel sheet live when it is happening. And towards the end, today itself, afternoon, I will come back here to summarize those things and then consolidate whatever has happened. So at that time, this Excel sheet, which was in which all these points were captured live, would be projected here, and we'll be just consolidating, summarizing, and once we leave this place, this consolidated summary of whatever was discussed in terms of issues and whatever at least the strategic directions which evolved would have already got captured. We don't need to again sit once again and then ask everybody. So that is basically what we have what we are wishing to happen here. And one word about textile sector in particular. From the project management unit, we are interacting with all the sectors, all the 7 sectors which has various companies, total around 43, 44 units we have. The largest in terms of size and turnover is chemical sector, of course, and we interact with engineering, electrical, everybody. On the textile sector, one thing which I have personally noticed, I must compliment, is that textile sector is a suffering sector for various reasons. Each unit is actually very small in size in terms of today's standard economic capacity. So they are always struggling and suffering. Probably because of that, they are all very hardworking, and they are all very well versed as to what their unit is about, what the current technology is about, and what they should do compared to many other sectors. I'm not discounting the other sectors, but companies which are on the turnover side and the profitability side doing well, if you interact with them and ask about the current state of the technology and what are the issues and global benchmarking, they may not be really aware. But textile guys, I find that quite good in that. Your problems are actually outside of yours. That is what we are trying to find, at least some directional resolutions. So that is all from me. I don't want to take more time. And my only request is, when the MDs of the unit speak, try to, rather than talking more about the goodness or the virtues of your unit, try to be more focused on the issues which you face and where you would like to take help from others, so that everybody can apply their mind. Be focused on that, rather than telling a lot of things about whatever wonderful things we have done. All that is acknowledged, but if we have to get some output on what we have to do now to solve your problems, be focused on the issues which you face. Similarly, the request to the consultants is that, of course, you have a much broader view of the world, what is global scenario, what is the national scenario, all that is there. That we would like to listen to that also, but try to at least give some directional thing about what we can do about to improve our thing. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Roy Kurian. So without wasting much time, I think I would request Asha Amnair to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected Presiding Officer of this function, Chairman RIAB, Principal Secretary Sri Mohammad Anish Sir, other dignitaries on and off the dais. As we are eagerly waiting for various presentations from the experts and Managing Director, I would like to directly move on to my task. Firstly, as Presiding Officer and Chairman RIAB, Dr. Ashok, was the driving force behind all these such endeavors in conducting these workshops and seminars. I thank you very much, sir. I express my sincere thanks to Principal Secretary Sri Mohammad Anish sir for a valuable and informative inaugural address and for being with us. Thank you, sir. I would express my thanks to advisor Sri Roy Kurian sir, who had taken a lead role in conducting such a workshop here today. Thank you, sir. I express my thanks to Secretary RIAB, for his valuable guidance and support. Thank you, sir. I also express my sincere thanks to all the managing directors, officers from spinning mills, from DHT, from IIHT, and all my colleagues in RIAB and PMU. Thank you all.
Thank you, Asha. This brings to the end of the inaugural function, which was very informative from the inaugural address and the speech of others. Now, we would have a maybe 10-minute tea break, because we had the original schedule was 15 minutes. We need to catch up for some time loss, please. After which we will have the presentations.
Check.
is again, there's an announcement. I think we need to catch up for the time. I would request the delegates to be seated so that we can proceed with the sessions. Please. May I request Asham Nair, Mr. Shilly, and Mr. Shilly to come to the dais and occupy these two chairs on both the sides. And I would also request Mr. Arunachalan Sukumaran to please be seated. So shall I proceed with the sessions? Yeah. So the first, the session 1, we have the presentations from 3 managing directors of our spinning mills. May I request the Arunachalan Sukumaran, and there's a special alert to the team there to put on the presentation. Mr. Arunachalan Sukumaran has more than 35 years experience in various mills and specifically the National Textile Corporation. So we are fortunate to have him among us in the state PSUs. So he is a technologist and has got a degree in Master of Administration. Is it Business Administration or? It's Master of Administration, not MBA. That's a different kind of degree. Now, he has handled a number of issues, production, Q&A, then maintenance in various mills cutting across the country. So I would request you to enlighten the audience with your thoughts. You have 15 minutes for the presentation. Thank you. Now, because of some logistical issues, any questions to Mr. Arunachalan Sukumaran, we'll have 5 minutes at the end of his presentation so that he can answer on the dais itself before we move on to the next presentation, please.
Good morning to all of you, and respected all the dignitaries and my colleagues. It is a great pleasure for me for giving an opportunity to speak few things, that is mainly the challenges faced by textile units in Kerala. You all know that the textile industry is facing a tremendous pressure as of now, and I think this is the right time RIAB, PMU and the government, Kerala government has organized such a workshop for business strategy for textiles in Kerala. Here, without wasting much of time, I would like to restrict to the challenges which are being faced by the units which are under Kerala State Textile Corporation, because there are other MDs, those who are going to give the similar challenges. So the overall challenges faced by the textile sector will be addressed, and thereafter we can have some way outs how we have to manage the textile business in the state of Kerala. See, when we talk about the business, any business, there are 5 M's and 1 P, which is governing the whole business: man, machine, material, market, money, and the policy. So just I have slightly changed my presentation towards that. With each topic, each element, what are the challenges what we are facing? So as our Rai Korean sir said, throughout Kerala, we are having 18 units. But if you look at the size of the unit, it is very much less. For the organized sector like textile industry, a normal, economical, manageable size should be 50,000 spindles. So after taking charge, this one of the biggest challenge what we have noticed. The minimum size is 11,000 spindle and maximum is 25,334 spindles. Similar way, we have two weaving units. One is having 30 looms and another is having 36 looms. If we talk about the economic size, it should be more than 100 looms. So whatever overheads and everything, what we are talking about, we are unable to match the cost of production. Then comes to low level of modernization. 3 mills which are very purely modernized, Kottayam, Prabaram and Yadarikode. And 3 mills are average modernized. I would say average modernized means the modernization has been done 10 years back, and some machines here and there it has been added. But you all know, the technical people, modernization is an ongoing process. Then the product limitations. The machines, whatever we are having in all our 7 units, we are able to produce only the normal counts, 60s to 30s to 60s of PC and cotton. We cannot produce the compact yarn, high twist yarn, slub yarn, and early twist yarn. There is a good demand for in the market, which can have better value addition to the normal yarn. Another thing what we are facing is, when we think of something better product, there is a limitation. Market is fluctuating every now and then. Suppose if we want to go for a coarser count in that particular mill, we are not in a position to produce that coarser count because of the bottlenecks in the preparatory machine. As well as in the weaving also, as I said, we are having 2 units, Komalapuram and High Tech. We have only sectional warping machine. We are not having the high-speed warping machine and sizing machine. When we have discussed with the many people for getting some product mix, normally they are giving the product of single yarn only, which we cannot produce in these 2 mills. Of course, then some of the mills are having old layout, so there is a limitation in the, due to machinery limitation for scientific layout. And none of the mill is having the firefighting system. It's one of the biggest challenge the KSTC mills are facing. We are doing our operation at high risk. With all those limiting factors, we are not in a position to get at least 95 to 98% utilization. Whereas if you don't get in a normal or better market condition, if you don't get 95% utilization or even 98% utilization, which we have achieved in some of the NTC mills, we cannot run the business. Then comes man. In Kerala, I have seen in our mills, the level of absenteeism is very high, 26 to 36%. If you take a textile industry, the absenteeism should not be more than 15 to 20%, which is manageable. But here it is 26 to 30%, which is very high. And the second most important thing is the average wage rate per day of the employee. I have given few examples. Tamil Nadu, it is 448 rupees. Andhra Pradesh, it is 350 rupees. Rajasthan, it is 517 rupees. Madhya Pradesh, it is 468 rupees. And Kerala overall, it is 724. But KSTC, if I look upon, it is rupees 1050. Then high proportion of permanent employees. If we compare our industry with the other industries, the percentage of permanent employees should not be more than 18 to 20%. They keep permanent employee only for the direct workers, skilled work. But here, as per the IRC guidelines, Industrial Relation Committee guidelines, wherever the LTA is implemented, we have to maintain at least 70% permanency. But in some of the KSTC mills, the permanency level has gone up to 80% to 95%, which is one of the major deterrent for the business operation. Then lack of key personnel in the mill as well as the head office at the senior level. With this factor, the labor productivity in our mill, it ranges from 18 to 40, whereas the industrial standard is only 6 to 9. So almost 4 times high. So how we are going to address this issue is one of the challenges what we are facing. Then comes non-availability of workers from son of the soil. Some of the mills are depending on the outside state workers. Comes material, you all know, in Kerala, cotton is not cultivated. that you all know. Because of that, the transportation cost is very high due to the geographical position of Kerala state and the abnormal hike in raw material rate and a high volatile in raw material price. Today, that is the situation what we are facing. Last year, the cotton per candy, it was around 52,000 now, which has gone up to 72,000, 80,000. So you all know what difficulty we are facing because raw material is almost now, as of now, 70% of the finished product. Then comes money. Out of our 7 mills, 3 average mills are somewhat doing better. 3 mills, they are not at all coming up to the standard. So we are incurring heavy loss. So there is a lack of sufficient working capital, which is affecting our business. Raw material shortage due to erosion of working capital, because you all know, being a spending person, minimum 2 months stock, raw material, cotton stock we should maintain to achieve at least 95% utilization, whereas our mills are just starving for hand-to-mouth raw material position. Further, one thing, mills are not making the payment in time to the raw material suppliers. So even though we are following it and everything, the rate quoted by the raw material supplier is much higher than the prevailing market rate. Then huge arrears to be paid towards the electricity bill. There is only Kerala State Electricity Board with whom we are depending on the electricity supply. There is no backup like windmill power, solar power, what other private mills are having. Then huge amount of arrears towards employees, gratuity and other benefits. Because of non-payment of the money in time, we are facing a lot of industrial unrest also, and a delay in releasing of budget funds. Market, you all know majority of the market, that is big markets, yarn consuming markets, Bhiwandi, Chalkaranji and Malegaon, Surat, are far away from Kerala state. So thereby we are losing the transportation cost, extra transportation cost we are losing. And market is now demanding 100% auto-count yarn, whereas our mills are still producing 50% of the non-auto-count yarn. We are getting lesser sale rate, and we are not in a position to manufacture and cater the value-added products which are very much demanded in the market. No export till now, unfortunately. So we are having a high export obligation of 54 crores. Abnormal fluctuation in yarn price, which is also affecting our business as on date. Then comes to policy. In Kerala, restriction on employment of women during the night shifts, intervention of trade unions, rigid procurement procedure, and due to fund shortage, unable to get price advantage of the seasonal procurement, for which now Kerala government has come forward to support from Cotton Bank, and no procurement system of import of raw material other than domestic market. So, based on whatever challenges I have explained, this is the impact of our business: low capacity utilization, low turnover, high cost of production, the percentage of raw material to VOP, value of production, 55 to 70%, vis-a-vis the industrial standard of should be 55%. The labor cost to VOP is 15 to 40%, whereas the industry standards are standard is 6 to 7%. So where we are standing, how we are going to address this issue, that is one of the big challenge. Similarly, as I told you, since there is no power backup like solar power or wind power, power cost to value of production is 15 to 25%, whereas industry standard is 15%. Heavy losses in the low modernist mills, unless the working capital is given, we will not be able to continue the business. Then low margin in average modernist mills. These are the impacts based on the factors which I have explained to you. Thank you once again for giving me an opportunity to express my views. Thank you. Any question, yeah?
We will have 4 minutes for some questions.
Yeah. Correct, correct. Yes, whatever I have explained, this is known to all our technicians, those who are here. You want mic?
The speaker has got substantial experience across the country, so maybe some questions can be directed at those things.
I have told what are the challenges what we are having. There are solutions which I don't want to speak because in our workshop it is given to the consultant and other experts.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. 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 Yes, the same subject already has been gone through because the concerned senior officials have sent the same papers to us also, and we have seen some of the problems which they have indicated are a little bit negligible when compared to other states, because they say one of the reasons is the transportation. We from Tamil Nadu people importing or transporting raw material from Gujarat to Cochin only. Not one or two containers, it is thousands of containers.
You are
Each
importing.
and every day we are getting the raw material, because land transportation is more, and we have calculated if it is more, then we bring the cotton from Gujarat regularly. Even today, tomorrow, yesterday, we are receiving containers from Cochin. It has been taken up to Kanyakumari.
Okay.
So transportation is there for everyone. It is there for everyone, and many of these problems which you have explained will be given some better solutions because we have undergone all this in a national level manner, and we have some of the remedies which will be given in our discussions.
That's what we are looking for actually.
So if there are not many questions to Mr. Arnachalam Sukumaran, I think we'll move on to the...
Yeah,
Yeah, please, please.
It's not a question, it's just an observation. I would like to say, like Bangladesh grows only 2% of the cotton which it requires. 98% of the cotton Bangladesh imports, and their last year export is $40 billion. So we have to think from that point. Once we come, as sir said, that once we come to that point, we will elaborate, because one solution cannot be made for all the things. Even within a company also, if there are two sheds, two different solutions are required. So it's just an observation. So we should not think from one point that we are not growing cotton. That's not a big thing, because even in Punjab also, I'm coming from that area, even in Punjab also, more, other than J34, the Shankar 6 cotton is going from Gujarat only and via road only. So first of all, my suggestion to all of us is that we have to come out from come out from that strategy or mental blockage. This is a blockage. Unless and until we will not come out from that point, yes, then we can't grow, we can't sustain. You have very rightly pointed out that power cost and labor cost, that 6 to 7%, and you are at that level. It is impossible to make a unit viable at that percentage. So
no, here only one, it's my own observation. When the wage cost is high, that we cannot reduce. So the one solution what we can think of is high level of automation, keep minimum manpower, so that point can be addressed. And another thing, sir,
Yes.
what both of you as experts you have told, this transportation cost, as of today, why we are facing, because the unit mills, as KSDC as well as the cooperative mills, they are purchasing the cotton for their requirement only, small requirement, quantity is very less. So the transportation cost is very high. But now the government has come forward to help the textile industry. They have formed a cotton board. So we are going to purchase a bulk quantity. That time this point can be well taken care of.
correct, sir.
I hope
Yeah,
I have
noted your point.
yes.
I think we will take more points in the discussions. But your observation is well taken, and now it is a very small world, and then the volumes will determine the success. There are other modes of transportation. Very good that you had raised this point. I would like to thank Mr. Arnachalan Suman for a very brief
Thank you very much.
presentation today.
Thank you once again for the opportunity given to me.
Mr. Salim, who is the Managing Director of Textile, the Malappuram Cooperative Spinning Mills and Priyadarshini Cooperative Spinning Mills. Mr. Salim has more than 30 years of experience in this area. He joined as Assistant Manager in Kerala State Textile Corporation and then rose to the rank of Managing Director of many mills. Got a wide range of experience. The Priyadarshini has been doing well. Malappuram Cooperative especially has been doing well in the recent years since he has taken over. So over to you, Mr. Salim. I would request you to confine the presentation to 15 minutes, which has been allotted.
Thank you, respected colleagues, dignitaries and friends. Actually, this textile corporation is similar that textile corporation, this textile mills also facing the same problem only, even though there is some differences is there. Actually, the present challenges, it is common to all, even though now we have 8 cooperative mills is there, 9 PSU mills and 1 private sector, actually private sector in Kerala only 1 mill. Earlier it was about 35 mills was there. It has come down to 1. And NTC mill, all mills are closed now after 2020. There are these from Koilon Cooperative, Alappi, Priyadarshini, Thrissur, Karnagaran Memorial Cooperative Spinning Mill, Malabar, Malappuram and Kannur are the 8 cooperative spinning mill now it's working. One of the major issue, actually all the cooperative mills we have done modernization through this one NCDC assistance. But this all are partially done it. Almost entire area it has not done. In this mills to mill, there is a difference is there. It is wide variation in the level of technology, competence among mills, poor financial performance due to inadequate technological upgradation. Mills are not sound enough to meet high investment cost in gate modernization, drop in capacity utilization due to labor issues and shortage. That's all common issues. Then mounting labor costs compared to other states. Then absence of automation, modernization, productivity, quality, yarn price, manpower saving. This, as I said earlier, this modernization has done through NCDC assistance only. Even partially modernized mills have attained productivity, quality, and also manpower saving at industry standard level. That is why some of the units are doing well now. Full modernization is the only solution to overcome this issue. Then now we are facing the raw material issue. That is a predominant factor. Procurement of raw material and yarn sales are the 2 major hazards we are facing. As a government company, we are facing a lot of issues to procure raw material. The systems is there, and this quality issue is there. Sometimes it may come after this order and all, after this it under all the procedure we are procuring cotton. Then after reaching the mill only, we will realize that the quality will not be good. Then it is finally it is working. The results will be this just opposite, and it will not work. This market, it will affect market saleability, everything. Then the reason this issue has come, the saleability has affected. Some of the mill has this one gone for PSF, VSF, and all this due to the cotton issues. That's also it has affected the mill's performance. Then due to the financial issues, we cannot purchase the cotton on seasonal times. In the this we are now we are seeing this cotton board as newly this one constituted. It is much appreciable for the industry. And then this tax evasion, 11% tax import duty. For that, a lot of the pressure is doing from the government side, but it has not affected. Still, 11% cotton import duty is there. Actually, there is 20% rate is higher than this domestic level. The international market is 20% lower, but this 11% import duty and this logistic expenses will be the main hurdles to import the cotton. Then the other major challenges comes to power. Power, as earlier said, it has come to up to 20%. Actually, that is one of the issue. Even in a mill, 1 month electricity bill comes to around 45 lakhs. Then without this absence of the captive power such as wind and solar, we have not at all done it. Labor cost also again come 20 to 24%. That is even in this industrial standard it has come only 7%, but it has come this one. Modernization, automation, technology upgradation and standardization, work assignment, etc. are the major issues in the high labor costs. Then again comes transportation cost. Actually, this in order to this one for arranging cotton, not only for the cotton, but we are selling also in Bivandi, Chilkaranji, and other this one Malaga market. That's why this cotton, this transportation issues is facing. Instead of present marketing, this one practice of advance this one to adopt advance order system. We are planning on to arrange for that. Also explore the possibility of selling the yarn and clothes in various government schools, school uniform projects, etc. Modernized unit has to capture high and overseas market for better sales returns. The major variation in the cotton and this one cotton and this yarn prices as given in the chart. On going through, it has come during the January. It was this yarn rate for 66. It comes to 325 per kg, but this now it is 270 per kg for. This one in the end of December it has come to 270 per kg of yarn. Instead the cotton rate is 226 per kg, but this now it is in December 191 only. In order to arrange now the cotton board as this one formulated, if once the board has come means it has gone. Yes. Once the cotton board has come means we expect good quality cotton at lower price and improvement in productivity. improvement in product quality, better realization through low waste percentage, product quality consistency due to similar raw material, better price realization, benefit in logistic by huge quantity, better working atmosphere, reduction in labor absenteeism, improvement in quality utilization, better financial performance. That are all we are expecting from the cotton board if once purchased in the raw materials in bulk. Thank you.
Well, I think any clarifications required from Mr. Salim? The floor is open. Maybe 4 minutes.
It is now in the procurement of cotton only. Yeah. Number 2, it is electricity. It has come electricity. Yeah.
Number 3.
Number 3, again it has come labor cost.
Labor cost.
Yeah.
Sir, repeatedly you are saying it's a cotton board.
Yeah.
What we would like to say it is the raw material board or the fiber board. Because in India, the cotton contribution, because of the large quantity of cotton is growing in India, the proportion is about 60%, and the synthetic is about 40%. But still we can improve a large volume in synthetic also due to some of the specific reasons which I cannot explain it now. It is all a national oriented problem. So what I would like to say, there are so many fibers in the market and the opportunities for value added. Even in this worst conditions also, we have some solutions by going through various fibers. Still enough room is there to survive and develop, which will be given in the course of the discussions.
Actually, actually, here in Kerala, only this most of the mills are this one cotton mill only. One thing. Second thing, this 2-3 even if it is there means PC mills are there. 2-3 PC mills are there, but even though some mills are gone for again PC and all, they are also not successful, and we have tried for this one viscose also. But that also the rate is not suitable, and we have this one taken costing and all. We cannot find viable. That is the issue. All the whole year some demand may there in for cotton. That is what that faith is there. Even for not only for us, even the laborers, even the management, everybody. Some mills, the people itself, they may tell that, sir, it's cotton. If it is once it has gone for this cotton to polyester, it will affect the machine, everything. Then it has to come again to cotton means it will affect the machines, like that. Complaint also coming.
I think the only point he was trying to make is, rather than looking in a narrow way only at cotton,
Yeah.
look at it in a broader way for all fibers.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
Sir, one small submission, rather clarification. Actually, this cotton fiber, it is a seasonal product. We all know. Okay. But if you talk about other fibers, polyester or viscose or any other fibers, it is not a seasonal product. It is available throughout the year. So, what would be the rate of that fiber throughout the year, that we cannot predict. That depends upon the so many factors. Okay. That depends upon the crude oil and demand in the global supply and demand. So now the cotton board, why the Kerala government has come forward, as of now, because of the working capital support, the mills are not in a position to procure right quality at right time, at right price, at right quantity. Okay. So as he said, majority of the mills are manufacturing cotton yarn. So it is a way of support from the government to the industries. Anyhow, I have told to many of my KSTC colleagues that in all the states, they have closed the textile mills, except Kerala. Some state they are running only plain loom or some airjet loom, but only the state, Kerala state is running the textile industry. So all our technicians are lucky enough to work in the Kerala state. Okay. So as sir has also said correctly, government cannot give support ever. One good example is NTC. They were giving support, now it is closed down. And we have to stand on our own. So one way is this cotton board. So likewise today, after this workshop, we will come out with some better strategy to have a long-term sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salim. I think we have got some points from this session, mostly from the audience also. Now, the product diversification kind of technologies, the effectiveness of the supply chain, so on and so forth, would determine the success. Point is well taken. We will go deep into these subjects in the afternoon session. So I would now request Mr. Sri Kumar, who has again got 30 years of experience in mills across Tamil Nadu and Kerala. And here he has spearheaded modernization of, or rather setting up of the second phase of Alleppey Cooperative Spinning Mills. The unit was doing pretty well till recently because the current year, the price of cotton has been very high. So he's facing some problems there. But let us hear from Mr. Sri Kumar.
Good morning, to respected dignitaries in the stage at on and off stages. Thank you for giving this such type of an opportunity to present the status of our cooperative spinning mills. Actually, you have got the number of cooperative spinning mills in Kerala, around 8 cooperative spinning mills, already given the details. Eight cooperative spinning mills. It is registered under Cooperative Act, but major shareholder now is Government of Kerala. In the name only cooperative spinning mills, but controlling by the Department of Industries and Commerce, Government of Kerala. See, total spindle capacity, 1,48,000. See, I'm giving data only, so almost all our members know everything about our cooperative spinning mills and public sector spinning mills. This is for giving the data to our respected speakers for their next sessions. See, 1.48 lakh spindles are there, and overall modernization index achieved only one spinning mills 100%. Other spinning mills are around 70, 80, like that it's going on. And you know, P grams also around 80, 89, 90 grams only we are achieving. Average production 6,59,000 per month. We are getting entire mills. Utilization is also 66% in this year, because you know, see, we have forcefully deducted the utilization percentage. While comparing this, last year, we have got around a 92% utilization in almost all mills. But this year, forcefully, it was deducted to 66%, because we cannot close the mills, because it is under the control of government. We cannot close the mills like Tamil Nadu private mills. We cannot close the mills, so we have to run the show. That is why we have we have reduced the utilization without affecting the employment. And another financial performance of last year around 177 crores value of production is there. And operating profit also achieved to 206 lakhs operating profit we have got in their mills. And you know, net loss is 37 crores. But you can see one thing, financial expenses is very high, around 400 lakhs financial charges is coming. See, almost all mills started 35 years before, and all the government support we have to maintain in our balance sheet. So we have to give that financial charges and depreciation also there. See, government has taken some initiatives to convert these loans, all the loans to equity, and the process is going on. That is a reason of financial charges. Another financial performance up to November. November, around 112 crores already we have achieved value of production. Operating loss is there, around 18 crores as operating loss so far November it's showing. And the net loss around 45 crores. See, you can see this thing, see major factors affecting our financial performances. See, last year we got only 60.5% average raw material cost last year, but this year it is already 81.63. Around 21% of the raw material cost increased while comparing last year and this year. And see, labor cost, power cost, and other variable cost almost, see, because 26% labor cost, see, as you see, KCC MD told earlier, see, our workmen average wages, they are getting around 800 to 1,000 rupees. And almost 70% of the laborers are permanent. And so this much of labor cost, so we cannot reduce the labor cost, but we can increase the labor productivity. That also an important matter. So while comparing, other factors are almost the same except raw material cost. See, percentage of machines within 10 years age. This is an interesting, in blow room, almost all mills keeping their machines below 10 years age. Carding, some mills 45% only, some mills Malappuram and CCSM 50% only, below 10 years age machines in carding department. But in draw frame also, 2 or 3 mills, see, Malkota is only 20% of the machines having 10 years, below 10 years age. And simplex ring spinning, almost, see, 50% of the mills having their machinery above 10 years old. But see, you see one thing, winding machine also there. All the winding machines having above 10 years old. See, all the mills are keeping conventional cone winding machines having about 10 years old. But you see auto corner, almost all mills procured auto corner within this 10 years. That means, see, previously I was in Manager Textiles 1988, they were procured auto corner 1988 itself. Now also we are talking about the auto corner, but it was not fully auto corned here in Kerala. See, number of conventional cone winding drums are around 2,600 drums are now working as conventional cone winding drums. But a number of auto corner machines, only 1,076 drums are auto corned. That means major yarn is now also producing from the cooperative spinning mills with conventional cone winding machines. Percentage of auto corned yarn, only 100% is achieving by only one mill, Malcotex, and all other mills are having 50, 40, 45, 90%. See, 100% auto corned yarn is producing only one spinning mills in Kerala. See, employee strength. Total employee strength is 1,630. Out of this, 1,198 laborers are permanent. So almost 75% of the laborers are permanent and they are getting all the benefits, including, whatever may be the benefits implemented by the government or IRC, that is enjoying by these people, and it's already told it's around 1,000 rupees per hand. See, wages is there. Details of migrant and ladies employees. See, out of 1,630 ladies, laborers, total ladies employees are 469. Around 31% ladies are there. In Kerala, 31% ladies are there, Migrant laborers are there, 82, but this year, this is the present status. Last year, while we are getting the maximum utilization, so we have kept around 40% of the migrant laborers in Kerala. Now, in order to reduce the utilization percentage, these people were left from Kerala, and so the number of migrant laborers right now is very low, 82 only. Major modernization has been carried out. See, Bale Plucker, almost all mills except Malappuram Cooperative Mini Mills. Sir, see, only 2 or 3 mills. See, Malappuram Cooperative Mini Mills and Kannur Cooperative Mills is producing PC yarn, and all other mills are producing 100% cotton yarn. In carding, all the machines are modernized, super high production cards with the chute feed. Draw frame also there. Super speed frame also there, except 4 mills. And contamination clearer. Contamination clearer also having only 3 mills having contamination clearer. And comber, only 3 mills maintaining combed counts. And this compact spinning, only 1 mill having only 3,312 spindles having compact spinning mills. They are Priyadarshini cooperative spinning mill. All other mills are making without compact. Okay. And the YCP also, nobody is maintaining YCP. AWES is there. And cotton yarn, see, testing instrument from cotton to yarn, only maintaining by Kannur cooperative spinning mills. See, marketing, mode of marketing, QCS, they are maintaining tender process. 4 mills tender process, and some other mills through depot agent, keeping agency in Maharashtra state, and directly marketing by fixing the rate, and through NHDC, National Handloom Development Corporation, and see, this hang yarn, everything is selling through this NHDC and directly also. Export, see, now export is doing only 3 mills. Previously, 2012-13, Priyadarshini cooperative mills done export yarn, around 30 crores. Now, Alleppey cooperative spinning mills, Kannur cooperative spinning mills, and Malcotex exporting their yarn. And they have fulfilled their EPCG obligations by doing this export. Positive factors should not enlighten. I'm not discussing these matters. Very big. See, for discussion only. Discussion. Do we have sufficient technical persons in this? While I am working in Tamil Nadu at the stage of supervisor, I have learned to run the tractor also, because that MD, that owner, there is no MD like that. That owner kept the carding machines here, and 2 kilometers away blow room here, and 2 kilometers away carding, another 2 kilometers away draw frame, another 2 kilometers away this simplex. So the material has to be transported through tractor. See, a supervisor must learn how to run the tractor, you know. See, that type of work we have. See, we have said that type of work we have done at that time. But nowadays, how many persons below our stage having such type of responsibility, such type of learning attitude like that? You see, we have to study that thing. Other thing, new marketing strategies. I have told you, see, we have doing this market through tender, through depot, through by the way of NHDC, like that only we are marketing. Requirement of intermittent tendering. See, we have a lot of process to sell the yarn, to procure the raw material. Otherwise, see, already told, see, earlier told you that the vigilance, everything is, a lot of bodies are there. In addition to that, media is there. So, this kind of tendering process we have to do. See, intermittently we have to do. For that, we have to give some time also. This time is wasting. Actually, it's wasting our time. But you know, see, previously, while I was in Vanajat Textiles, that owner, so one day he will come along with around 50-55 loads of cotton, and he is stretching the cotton, and he is approving the quality like that. See, it is very easy. But As far as our government concerns, we cannot do like that. So for this tendering purposes only, we are spending a lot of time and a lot of procedures. And the attitude of employees leading absenteeism and labor productivity. Already told you, absenteeism is very, very high. Sir told that around 26 to 35% absenteeism is there. Laborers are, almost all laborers are reluctant to work this industry because they are having better atmosphere in malls, textile shop, everywhere they are having better atmospheric condition. Here the atmospheric condition is very bad. In addition to that, 24 hours work. Such kind of issues are there. So the people are not ready to work in this industry. That is the main reason. Actually, previously this Manchester was the textile city. Now there is no textiles in Manchester. It has gone to some other countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. Now southern state slowly transferring the production of yarn from southern state to northern state. Like that is the scenario now going on. Then implementation of new management techniques like ISO, TQM, TPM, 5S, 6S, 6 Sigma, MSME, sustainable certification like that. How many of us can implement this type of quality management systems in our organizations? What is the reason? Regulatory compliances in the context of losses of extraneous factors. We have to comply all the regulatory things because this is owned by the government and we cannot violate any regulatory regulations of the government. So that also giving us a lot of time and a lot of money waste. I got an information from one of a yarn buyer. He asked me our polyester yarn. Previously, Trishur Cooperative Spinning Mills polyester manufactured. Our polyester yarn they will take, but I have to make the invoice as cotton yarn because of polyester yarn attracts around 12% GST, but cotton is only 5%. If I am making this invoice to cotton yarn, they will take because 7% of benefit is there. So at that kind of business I cannot do, we cannot do. So all the government firm we cannot do. But somebody is doing that. That is why they are asking such kind of manipulations. And future spinning mills, importance of migrant and ladies laborers in this industry. That also we have discussed. And another thing, future of spinning mills in Kerala in the context of emerging technology. And the next, Padmama sir already told me 2 days before, he will make a ring if it is exceeding 10 or 15 minutes. So I am compelled to stop this presentation with your permission. I thank you very much for giving this opportunity by the RIAB secretaries, Padmama sir, Asha madam, Ashok sir, Shelly sir, Roy Kurin sir, and also I extend my sincere thanks to MD Textile, my colleagues Umesh, Sharif, everybody helped to Rajan, Saju, Bashir, everybody helped to prepare this presentation. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sriumar. You have set a tone along with others for some useful discussions in the afternoon. You explained the heterogeneity of our mills in terms of both capacities, the functional areas, difficulties that you face. But I think you have an advantage of being a government company because the companies are still running. And we need to certainly have compliance to all the regulations. There's no shortcut to that. Now, and we also should be transparent following procedures in government. And of course, the private sector also does. Here, the public is the owner, and also it should be very convincing to the public also. So I think we have such a task in hand. So thank you so much. And now I invite Mr. Sanjay Arora. Any questions on this, please? Not questions, clarifications. If there are any points, Mr. Shelly can also point out, Asha can point out. And we also have the support of Srimati Lata Nair, who is certainly not in the dais, but supporting us in organizing this seminar. She's a consultant in the project management unit. Please.
ഒരാളുടെ കൂടെ സഹായം വിട്ടുപോയിട്ടുണ്ട്, മിസ്റ്റർ രമേഷ്. ഈസ് എൻ്റെ കൂടെ നടക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ആളെ കൂടെ നടക്കുന്നവരെ മറന്നു പോകുമല്ലോ, അതുകൊണ്ട് സോറി.
Any clarifications?
മനോജ്.
You can take 2 questions. Not questions, 2 points.
Any questions, sir? Nothing. You are surprised with this data. Yes.
This can remain here and still become viable?
Sir, while I am starting the career, see, there was, West India Cotton, Sirivepati Spinning Mills, Rajagopal Textiles, Varaja Textiles, Tanikudam Bhagavati Mills, at last GTN Textiles. Around how many textiles gone away from this Kerala? So, but as far as the government concerned, this will be here. So, government mills would end.
That is because the losses is being funded by the government.
Sir.
And that is at the cost of the taxpayer.
Sir.
So is there a way to make this whole thing viable, or is there no way? What is your gut feel?
Sir, see,
At the cost of taxpayer and public exchequer money coming in, that is not the way to sustain. That can go maybe for some more years after that.
since this is a government organization, government will keep this organization forever because of employment and everything. And see, we have to survey these mills by updating the technology. Sir.
It has to stand on its own by becoming viable.
Viable.
That is possible or not?
That is possible, sir.
That is
That's possible.
So we end this presentation on a very optimistic note. Maybe I request Mr. Sanjay Arora. I would also compensate for the absence of Mr. Raghu, and because they work in the same domain and together. Now, Mr. Sanjay Arora has got a graduation in textile technology from the Technological Institute of Textiles and Sciences, Bhiwani, with a certified course in operations management. He has also taken that degree. Now he's got wide range of experience in India as well as abroad. He supported the industry in Afghanistan.
So I work
if I'm correct. Now, and also she is also a speaker in FICCI, then CIA, and many such fora. Has worked on investment and growth strategy for textile, capacity building, gap analysis, financial restructuring, whatnot. So these are the things that we expect you to bring to this August audience. Please.
Very good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to come here and present our thoughts on that, what and how the textile industry is going. So just before going that, I would like to share a Wazir Textile Index. This is an index which we are publishing regularly from last 7 years. Every quarter we show the results and we compare that how the textile industry is doing it. So what we do, we take 10 top textile companies, top 10 textile companies in terms of revenue. So it will have both spinning, weaving, composite, polyester, everything is there. So we have taken these top 10 companies. We have omitted 1 or 2 companies which are into financial stress. Might be their turnover is high, like Alok or Syntex, which turnover is high, but they are into financial trouble. So we have removed that. So now if we see the turnover, considering 2000, like everyone understands the share market. So 2016 as a base, we have considered 100. So today our sales are at 173 as compared to 2016 for those 10 textile companies. So it is showing a trend that how that revenue is increasing. We'll come to the power cost, EBITDA, all those things also, where what other companies are doing, that benchmarking. Someone is saying 7, someone is saying 10, 12, 14, 21, where we have to achieve, where we have to reach. So this is current half year performance. If we see current half year performance, so Welspun, everyone, if you see, most of them have reduced their last year performance from last year. Last year it was a very good year. This year performance has reduced, 17% reduction in EBITDA, in turnover for Welspun. Turnover has increased, you see. everywhere turnover has increased, but their EBITDA has gone down. That means operations margin, earning before interest, tax and depreciation has gone down. Welspun, from 17% earning, it has come down to 5% this year in first 6 months. Vardhaman, last year they made 26% of operations margin. It has come down to 17%. So this year is a very, I will say that outlier kind of an year because of lot of things are there. Now coming to the major expenses of the sales, which we have to benchmark with these companies if we want to survive for a longer term, because many of the companies are surviving from more than 50 to 60 years. Welspun, raw material cost is, last year it was 55%, this year it is 64%. Vardhaman Textile 46% and 55%. So everywhere except that polyester company, that Indorama, polyester is a different ball game. If we see the raw material cost is ranging in between 50 to 65%, 55 to 65 we can say it. Now coming to the employee cost, 8%, 7%, 10%, 10%, KPR mills, everyone will collate with that, and around 9% this year. Polyester, leave it. RSWM, again, now why I am specifically coming on to RSWM, the 12%, because I have done audit for this company also. Majority of their machinery are as yours machinery only. Today also my team is there in Satluj Group, our RTM, Rajasthan Textile Mill, Bhavani Mandi. If we see Satluj Group, salary is 14%. Out of 1,40,000 spindle in Bhavani Mandi, that is one location, only 30,000 spindles are with the our latest spindles. Rest all spindles are with old spindles with the lap chute feed system. But what they have done, they have changed their product mix. They are into melange or they are into dyed yarn, that kind of a thing. So we have to think from that point of view. Okay, we'll come into cotton also. So this is just about a thing that how, okay, just one more thing. If we see power cost all employee, then other cost is around 20% to 28%, it is varying. So every other cost is included in 20%. It includes power, it includes other cost. So all other costs are included in that. I'll share this presentation with you and you can study that thing. Lot many other things are there in this presentation, then consolidated analysis, then quarter-wise analysis of these companies, market update, overall export, this thing. Please upload the next main presentation. So since everyone was discussing this thing, and if you guys share your email IDs, I'll put your email IDs in our mailer list. So every quarter you will receive this report without any fail that how the textile industry is performing. So in our this presentation, we can see that how that index is going up, whether its sales are increasing or decreasing, that we can see. Now coming to the main today's theme, that strategy, what strategy we should say or follow. So I think everyone has explained their thing that where we are, modernization is an issue, labor cost, salary cost, then power cost is a challenge. This year it will become even more because your mills, as in last presentation it has been told that utilizations levels are only 66%, and if that same utilization level will go up to 95% or 92% even 90% also, that labor cost per kg will come down because you will produce more. To certain extent, okay, if you are not running, you are removing the worker or not bringing it up, still the labor cost will come down. But coming to that thing, what I'm going to explain this just about 2 or 3 slides on who are we, because many of them you don't know us, and then what are the global trends. From that global trends, we can take out that what products are there in market, which products are selling mostly in the global market, then what products are sold mainly in domestic market. Are we into that product range or this thing? If we are planning to revive our production, we are planning to do modernization, are we following that market trend? So we have to select our product, what is happening in the global or domestic industry, if we are targeting global or if we are targeting domestic. Even we have shown up to the count ranges also, which count range has maximum market, so that kind of a thing. Then strategic initiatives, couple of initiatives which can be taken, and couple of case studies where we have done similar kind of things. So Wazir, we are management consultants and work on growth strategy, implementation strategy, product diversification, that kind of work we do. Then there is our partner company called Texcoms. They are into majorly second-hand machinery and plant implementation, setting up of this plant. So jointly we deliver, we say that, concept to commissioning. So there are many textile mills, many big projects, all big names. If you see, we are working with them. And we are operating in 5 different sectors. One is textile and apparel. Second, textiles means complete value chain. Then apparel operations, that is a garmenting, skill development, retail and consumer product, and food and agri. We are into this thing, and I am looking after textile practice. These are our services. I'll just skip through that: corporate strategy, sector mapping, joint venture, that kind of thing, all management kind of a thing. So wherever any textile conference is there, whether by FICCI, CII, even Vibrant Gujarat, Karnataka, anything is there, we are generally majorly the knowledge partners for those present conferences. We regularly come up with our white papers where we give market insights. So recently, like everyone, you must have heard that everywhere it is said that India should achieve $100 billion exports target and $250 billion of domestic market. So total $350 billion in textile industry, everyone is focusing that. So how much investment is required? Or we'll say that how much project investment is required. So roughly $100 billion investment opportunity is there. So yeah, these all are our publication available on our websites also, and whenever we'll come up with the new report, if your mail ID is there, automatically it will come into your mail also. I have bought couple of copies also. One more thing, we have to be very careful. Sustainability. Everyone is saying that sustainability is a very fashionable word. All these gentlemen with the coat and this thing are talking. No, it has come to reality now. EU has passed a law. After couple of years, I think 2 years, exporting without a sustainability certificate is also not possible. So sustainability every company has to adopt for the sustainability. And sustainability, I was going through that law, what they are saying. They are saying that garments with the single fiber only will be preferred. Why? If it is a PC blended yarn is there, you cannot recycle that garment. Either it should be 100% cotton or it should be 100% polyester. So whenever we are planning for even our expansions, we have to look what is happening in globe. Because if that country shifts, automatically with the lag of say 2 years or 3 years, India will adopt that thing. So we have to go from that point of view. These are some of the couple of projects where we are done. We have currently, we have managed 2 lakh spindle shed. Single shed of 2 lakh spindle is there, 100% compact of Trident. We have managed that. Currently, I am managing 4.5 lakh spindles of Trident and couple of more companies on technical beams. Means not a single parameter can be changed without our approval. So my team is sitting in those plants, 4.5 lakh spindles, we are running it on operational excellence. That operation excellence everyone is saying, we are doing actually operation excellence. Some of the other mills which we have commissioned, so currently roughly around 5 lakh spindles are under commissioning in various other countries. So coming to the global trends. So basically there are 4 different types of global trends are there. One is a materials and category of future, like rising demand of synthetic. We are focusing on cotton, but yes, we should be aware of that. There is a increase in demand of polyester. I am not saying that you convert your spindles to polyester, because India is predominantly known as a cotton growing country, spinning yarn. We have 30% excess capacity of spinning. We are the supplier of cotton yarn, but trend is there that synthetic is growing. Because why? There is a population is increasing. There is a pressure on cultivation area. cultivation area is limited, food crops will take more space than the cotton, and when the spindles are increasing, those spindles will run what? Cotton is limited. We have analyzed data of last 40 years of cotton. Cotton growth is only 1%. Synthetic growth is around 6%. Polyester fiber growth is 6%. Cotton growth is 1%. So it's not necessary that we should jump on that thing, but yes, we should consider this is a trend that synthetic is increasing. Even in today also, if you want to order a machine, you have to, for autoconer, you have to wait for minimum 20 months. Even if you decide today also. If you go to LMW, for a plant, any machinery, they say if you want a full plant, we will deliver in 12 to 14 months. If you want part machinery, we deliver in 16 to 20 months. That is the kind of expansion India is having now. So, because right now we are working with many companies for the bankable report, the techno-economic viability report. The delivery time of machines are nowadays around 18 to 20 months. Increasing consumption of functional, we are increased use of alternative fibers. Earlier we have discussed that why only cotton, why not other fibers also. Then on-demand manufacturing, material traceability, industry 4.0, resource efficient technology. So these are the very macro level trends. And what buyer wants? First, reduce lead time and on-time delivery. No one wants to keep inventory. Buyer-seller integration, customer-centric partnership, flexibility in manufacturing, compliance and sustainability, optimum quality at cost. So coming to this global textile and apparel trade, if we see that it's a global trade is very big, in 2020 due to COVID it has fallen down. So earlier in 2021 global trade was around $871 billion and now it is $1,000 billion it will touch by 2025. So, and in global trade also, we have to consider one thing very clearly, that most of the countries or buyers want garment. No one wants yarn. Buyer wants garment. So 56% of this trade is a garment only. Garment, sir. Any brand doesn't want to buy yarn, then buy fabric or no. Buyer says buy garment. And buyer is very much happy if a company is a composite one. Because everything is under control, lead time will be reduced, otherwise lead time will be higher. Because first it will go to spinner, then it will go to weaver, then it will go to processor, then it will go to garmenting. So 4 month cycle, 3 to 4 month cycle. Now after that Zara came in, 21 days you need a new changeover. 21 days they are following the season. So every year they are following 13 to 14 season, whereas we are following only 2 seasons, summer and winter. So we see that who is controlling global trade? China is controlling global trade, 37%. We used to say very proudly that India is second in global textiles. No, India is not second now. India is almost fifth now. Bangladesh has taken over us. Germany has taken over us. The size of country, if we see Bangladesh, which grows only 2% of their required cotton, that exports more textiles than us.
So Bangladesh exports, how much of it is garments and how much?
Sir, Bangladesh only exports garment. Only garment. We export $15 billion of garment. Bangladesh exports roughly around 43 billions of garment. So our 43 exports billion garment also includes handloom and handicraft. Because handloom and handicraft comes under Ministry of Textile. Handicraft doesn't have anything with the textile. So if we omit those things, handicraft also, it is less than $40 billion only. No, Sri Lanka is a very limited, and that even in lingerie category, majorly. So now coming to the India, that's okay. All global Gyan consultants have practice wherever if get chance we would like to deliver. Now coming to the India. So India domestic market is $110 billion and export is around $43 billion. and it is expected that it will go to $250 billion by 2025-26. Strong domestic demand and fundamental increase. Why strong? Sir, there is one survey which says that if per capita income of a country increases beyond $2,000, the spend on leisure and garments increases. So we have crossed that in 2018. So now if you will see that, okay, COVID has come, omit that year, COVID year, but you will see that domestic person consumption is increasing significantly. There are many other things, like earlier you used to especially go to the market to buy a cloth. Now in the middle of the night on the mobile, you buy the garment. Even you don't know, when a bill comes, your daughter has bought it, or your sister has bought it, or your wife has bought it. So consumption is increasing drastically. Even if we can see the per capita fiber consumption, it has almost doubled now from early 70s. Per capita fiber consumption is increasing. So, and everyone is talking about FTAs, sir. What UK FTA will bring to India for textiles? I was listening to Mr. Piyush Goyal, the textile minister, honorable textile minister. He is saying that in FTA, at one hand, if we have to get something, from other hand, we have to give something. So, but for textile, from all the countries, we are getting something. Now, with the UK FTA, what government of India has targeted and some of the calculations, there is an extra export of $2 billion of garments or textiles. So one FTA means $2 billion. Australia FTA will show its results. It won't show that much because the duty was only 5%. So 5% duty doesn't have that much impact, but yes, UK will have a significant. So these FTAs will drive the growth for exports, and simultaneously domestic population and the cultural habit, all that kind of thing is driving growth. So we have to be on toes to meet that requirement. So Indian domestic textile market, okay, we have discussed. Trade, if we see, we have discussed. Now, everyone is majorly discussing about spinning. So these are the spindle capacities of the globe. China, 36 has around 88.4 million spindles. India is second in textiles, in spinning, then Bangladesh, then Pakistan, Indonesia, Vietnam. So China has the highest number of spindles with installed capacity of 88.4 million, followed by India. The spindle capacity of, there are other countries are also now coming up, like Uzbekistan. The spindle capacity of Uzbekistan has grown at the highest rate. Last year, 12%. 12% during the COVID period they have increased. No doubt base is small, but yes, they are increasing. Coming to the open end also. Similarly, China has again highest capacity of open end. After that, it's India, Turkey, USA, Brazil, Bangladesh. Pakistan has increased significant capacity last year in open end also. So, because textile is a global market now. Prices, everything is global only. And cotton, just diverging from point. Everyone says that cotton is costlier and 10% import duty, this thing is there. It was a trend for years that always Indian cotton is on lower side than the US cotton. But this year it is from last year it is almost 10 to 12% higher than the US cotton price plus freight charge. So it is impossible to become a viable by importing the cotton as of now. Yes, there are companies who are importing, but they are importing ELS cotton, extra long staple cotton, which they require for 80s, 20s, 100s, 120s, that kind of a cotton. And under FTA with Australia, now Indian companies, since it's cotton, this thing is there, if any of your unit is into superfine counts kind of a thing, you can import cotton from Australia without duty. So that will become a viable. So again, that is an FTA. In textiles, we are getting everything. Only Australia, because we have signed FTA with Australia. And that is also with the upper cap of some 54,000 or something bales. So some upper cap is there. I don't know that how much bales are there. Around 55,000. Yeah. So that is there.
And this reason for the Indian cotton to go up 10% higher than US is only the shortage issue here, nothing else.
So one is that shortage issue, and generally whenever you see that sometimes that price grow from this level to this level, next year in any of the commodity, price won't come to this, price will come to this. So that has happened. Last to last year, cotton was at around 45,000 or 40,000. It has gone to 1,05,000, 1,10,000. Now it is settling down at some 75,000, 78,000 or variety. So that has become a benchmark now. Everyone has to reset its.
Quality is inferior, right?
So this year quality is better, sir, compared to last year.
Compared to US cotton.
Sir, US cotton is into totally into different things, sir, because US cotton, wherever we are using, majorly on nomination basis, where you require a contamination free and you require a long staple. Majorly it's an Supima cotton and other thing, which is ELS cotton, long staple cotton. And during the shortage time, yes, other cottons are also procured.
I think the government policy was wrong in holding on to 11% input on cotton. Had that not been there, like auto leveler or like, whenever you are hungry, you are eating. You cannot eat for 7 days fasting on one day. So the spinning mills who are regularly importing for normal cotton of 30s from West Africa, from other countries,
Yes.
could not import. And there is some other reason which maybe
I know.
Piyush Goyal would have explained to you.
I know, sir, the reason also. I will tell you what has happened.
That is the biggest mistake we have done.
Sir, now even Minister Piyush Goyal is also not able to convince Madam Sitaraman to remove that thing. He has told in meeting, he says that finance department says, okay, whatever that revenue is there, if we remove that duty, from which ministry will bridge that revenue?
But the industry has got killed.
Sir, last year, for certain period, they have removed that duty, but by that time, price have already increased. Sir,
You cannot run. The competition is already there.
so yes, it's a totally blunder, and it was even not recommended by Ministry of Textiles to levy duty. It was Ministry of Finance only, which did on their own, and now the other things will come, sir. The moment you remove that I should not say that it's a politics things, the other things will come, that farmer will not get the price, and so all other things will come. So it's the cost of the industry, we are saying yes. So now again we have to reset. So earlier we used to get a margin, gross margin, means sale price minus raw material price only, gross margin of 40 rupees around. Then it came to 60 rupees. Last year it went to even 120 rupees also. So that it's not that gross margin is not also increasing. Gross margin is increasing. In your yarn presentation where you have shown that yarn price and the cotton price is there, you must have seen that there was a 1 month where the gross margin is very small. But otherwise, gross margin is also increasing. So we have to reset ourselves in line with the market, how that we have to finalize the thing. Sir, we can discuss a lot, but we can't do that thing in that. Share market, all, even our rice, everything is now traded. Sir, look, future index is not from today. That US, that is from ages. So many years. Yeah, commodity. MCX, it is there. But we have to, for that only, to counter that only, you are planning to go for that yarn bank kind of a cotton bank kind of a thing. It will take minimum 5-10 minutes. Minimum 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is that we'll catch up for this time in the coming sessions. But I think very, very interesting. And maybe let's continue for another 5 minutes.
So now one very interesting figure you see. Everyone, the government will say very good thing. Yes, my trade is increasing. But have we seen in a volume terms? What has happened in volume terms? Actually, if we see volume terms, our export has declined this year from couple of years. Because if we see, in value terms, we are growing from at a 1% rate or this 1% rate only. In volume terms, we are growing by 2%. It means my unit sale price has come down. So we are, okay, I was saying something else. So our unit sale price has gone down because of competition. And this year, this is if we see month-wise data, our volume has also gone down, but our value has increased because of the cost of the price, basic yarn price. जो 270 का price था वो 390 में बिका या 400 में it has been sold on that price. So in value terms it will see, but last year and this year our volume has grown down. So now coming, this is all that international market, what is happening, what way, where we are. Coming to the strategic initiative for growth and sustainability. So first, since one thing is very clear, we can't reduce our wage rate. We can't reduce our power cost. We can reduce power cost to certain extent. When the utilization is full, power cost will come down to certain extent. So we have to look for market, yarn, product which we are making or raw material which we are using. These are the only two aspects which now we have to look. So this is the cotton and blend yarn market share count-wise and comb this thing. If we see majority, last year 36% of the yarn which is being traded is between 8 to 25. Another 25% is between 25 to 31. And another 17% in 31 to 47. So volume, if we want to sell, volume is there or demand is there from 8 to 47 and the maximum demand is in from 8 to 25. Now coming to the carded and combed point also. If we see 100% cotton carded yarn is 46%. Blended yarn is 4%. Then combed yarn is 45%, and then other blends are there. So if we want to see that 8 to 25 is the largest traded yarn category with 36% share. This is global I am talking. This is the global data. India is also almost same only, because if it is considered to be cotton, we are the major supplier to the world. Spun yarn trade in cotton and blend yarn. Again, cotton and blend are the largest category. Cotton yarn has the highest traded value and volume across all spun categories. Highest is cotton and blends, then polyester, then viscose, then PC, then PV, then other natural fibers. Even if we consider in terms of volume also, it is also the same. Now, this is the detailed analysis. I'll give you slide also, but we'll see. India's export. So wherever we have given the green, it means those are the categories which are growing. And where we have given the red, means these are the categories where the trade or export from India is falling. So PV yarn, India export is falling. So means if we are planning to do something, we should not think of even going into PV yarn. Similarly, which category is growing? 100% combed cotton and 100% combed carded. Value, if we see maximum volume is there in those categories. That is the maximum volume. Growth is 2% and 5%. But if we see growth, in terms of growth, where the base is small but category is growing, then it comes 100% 100% poly and PC yarn, where the base is small but it is growing at a 6% or 5% rate. So we have to look from that. Since we cannot devise a strategy for for a common thing, but individual company, individual unit has to devise their strategy based on these inputs. Because whatever investment we are going to do, company you are going to do, is going to be for next minimum 20 years. It should not happen that you take as it is very wisely said, government cannot fund our companies till long. Most of the states, companies have closed. Even I have done audit and this thing and given in writing that mills are scrap, please sell it. To UP government, I have given in I did audit for 5 mills and given in writing, mills are scrap, please sell it. Now, coming to the other thing, cotton and count-wise volume, if we see cotton card, this is domestic market, we are saying. India's export. So India is again exporting maximum in 100% cotton 8 to 25, 5 counts, and in combed quality, we are doing in good in 30s to 25s to 47 also. Now, there is one more thing is there. Cotton combed yarn is the highest traded category with 25 to 30 as the major count, while combed cotton blends have highest growth rate. And there is one more thing is coming nowadays. That is for export. Now coming to the domestic market. What is the domestic market stands? 100% cotton and so total market of India is 8 million tons of yarn, annual market. Out of 8 million tons, 4.73 million tons is cotton and blends. Cotton includes both carded, combed and PC blend. And growing at a very good rate, 5% rate. Then polyester is only 0.68 but growing at a 4.7% rate. PC 0.66 but growing at a 5.5%. PV yarn, neither market is that big nor it is growing at a very fast rate. Other yarns, okay, base is 1.19 and growing at a 6.3. Coming to the again yarn count, we are also following the international trend. That is a majority of our market is in 8 to 25, up to 47 count only. But in that also growth rate, if we see, 25 to 47 is the count range, which is growing at the faster rate. So we have to think from that point of view also. And doubled yarn is also doubling. It's not growing now. We have done analysis, so doubling is not growing. So now, where we can target, so these are the summary of target products like cotton combed yarn, 25 to 47, where it is used, it's used in shirts, t-shirts, CVs, so everyone knows that. So, we have to think from that point of view also that which yarn we are manufacturing, which market we have to target. It's not necessary that we limit to our 3 or 4 market like Bhiwandi, Tirupur or something like that. If that products are manufactured in other markets also, why not we should target that also. So we call it as a yarn engineering. Now normal yarn is also engineered yarn. We'll come next to that. So where we have to decide from, we have got everything. Okay, which count we have to spun, which market, which product range we have to go. But how to produce that yarn economically? So one part is clear, what should be my product mix. So engineered yarn. What is engineered yarn? I can give you an example of, you must have heard name of a Sports King. Sports King is a very big company in Ludhiana based. So I was meeting Munish Avasti ji, that's the owner of that company. He was telling me that once we book an order, and we know the customer that this customer wants this kind of order from last so many years. So we have engineered back to that thing where if he requires higher something, say CSP or lower this thing, hairiness. So accordingly we have played with the raw material. Why it is that I should give a gold when I am getting a price of silver? Why we should give more properties, more strength when it is not required in knitting yarn? We have to control only hairiness. But hairiness controlling is again a different thing. How we control hairiness? We control hairiness by giving one step higher TM, reduce the productivity, increase the cost of manufacturing. Why not we go to the raw material where our short fiber content is lower, so that we can give higher normal TM or lower TM and give less RKM yarn with the lower hairiness. So we will increase the cost of raw material. by certain pesas, but we will save more in cost of manufacturing. We will save in power, we will save in productivity. So that way we have to think that how. First, so instead of that, I can produce this. If I can produce this, or we have to see what my customer is wanting. If we are selling to Bhiwandi market, or if we are selling to Tirupur market, since companies are in existence from last 30 years, 40 years, we must be knowing who are our buyers. So instead of just looking at that, my raw material cost will increase. No, sometimes increasing 50 paisa raw material cost will save you 3 rupees in the other costing component. So we have to look from our yarn customer point of view. So end use of yarn, right raw material, right process parameters, optimum spinning of fiber. Everyone does that. Yes, we do optimum spinning. Neither we are overspinning it, neither we are underspinning it. Now you will be having, if that is also must for a yarn bank kind of a thing also, because if you get, suppose you get some order and you have that raw material with the higher value length or this thing which is not required, actually that means you are underspinning it. So better take some other cotton from the yarn bank and use that cotton and this thing. So that way you can have a flexibility. That's what sir is saying about that minimum 2 months of inventory is required to play. But it needs to be played on day in, day out basis. Every order we have to see that way, or else we have to see where our yarn can go. Second thing, since our cardings are, and many of the units, once we are going that the cardings are of a lap feed card or slow speed cards. So we have a very big advantage on that. First thing is that, I'll say big advantage also. Why can't we produce a very low IPI yarn and charge a premium? KPR mills, you know much better than me. I have heard only case studies. Even I have got one project. I will not name the company, but he has given me project. I want to produce KPR mill yarn with 10 IPI in 30s comb. 10 IPI in 30s comb. You can produce it only on slow speed machines. So we have to think, yes, if we can take that kind of a charge, what we can produce that. So where is the demand for that kind of a yarn? 40s count, 60s count. If we go for any, and why it is being paid even premium? Because it is going for a premium shirting fabric, fine count, ladies dress material. So we have to think from that point of view that whatever yarn needs to be produced, customer wants, we have to do back engineering with that. So what it will lead? It will lead to higher productivity, reduced raw material cost, optimization of quality, and cost savings. So it's that again detailed analysis. This is there that whether we are going for knitting yarn used in weaving as per power loom, or it is going for shuttle-less loom. So where our yarn is going, we have to. Why I should give 21 RKM to a power loom guy? 17 RKM is more than sufficient for a power loom. No one thinks from that point of view. But a private entrepreneur, when that owner will say, you have to reduce this thing, otherwise you will lose your job, he will do it. That technician will do it. So everyone has to come out from their comfort zone also. Not only top, the bottom one also. Because ideas don't come from only top. Ideas can come from anywhere. So this is the approach and how to produce engineering. The presentation will be there with you. You can go in detail also. Some illustrative example like checking of the raw material used for producing the yarn and RKM supplied. Most of the spinning mills give higher RKM by increasing the TM at ring frame. RKM badhana hai to okay, increase the TM. But instead of that, change the mixing to a lower grade or align the TM with respect to RKM achieved. Both factor will lead to significant reduction in cost of manufacturing. Knitting yarn required minimum yarn airiness. Just go for a mixing with the lower short fiber content. You will increase the yarn cost, raw material cost, but at the end you will get more productivity, you will get better cost of manufacturing. So re-engineering yarn, what are the potential benefits? So we need then individual company wise or unit wise that okay 10,000 spindle or 7,000 spindle or blow room wise or something wise need to prepare a matrix, simple matrix. If I have to produce 30s count combed for knitting, my raw material should have this much, this thing this much. So a matrix is there. So order comes, you need that kind of mixing. Or since you are having a 7 or 8 mills in a one thing, so you can decide, okay, if this requirement is there, my this mill will give. If this requirement is there, my this mill will give. Or else when with the yarn bank, when you have a specific cotton, you can tell the marketing guy, since all of you are MD only, you can tell marketing guy, I have this cotton, my cost of manufacturing will be best in this yarn only, where I can give more hairiness or less hairiness or more RKM, less RKM, target this material to that. Automatically you will be controlling your cost of manufacturing. So need to prepare unit wise matrix. Saving on, so this will have a long term continuity of customer also. So I cannot give you a direct pill, do this and you can achieve from tomorrow you will be minting money like last year every other spinning mill minted the money. But we have to go through this process. Each and every mill needs to introspect it. You can do it on your own. If required, wherever required, we can come also. So manufacturing excellence is the only way to survive, because other things are not in our hand. So private owner says ki raw material is not in our hand, market price is not in our hand, then cost of manufacturing is also, power cost is not in our hand, and this labor cost is also not in our hand. So only way to survive is that manufacturing excellence. So processed engineering to reduce the manufacturing, yeah, it's almost last slide only. Reduce power consumption, increase productivity, maintain quality, service the customer as per their requirement, consistent quality and specs are pre-requirement, focus on crucial raw material. So just 2 examples, last 2 slides. Okay, one more thing. Mixing laydown. That is a very crucial thing. How we are doing mixing laydown? If there are cotton is from 4 station, we are just putting 4 station randomly. No, cotton has to put in a very intelligent manner. It's a research top subject. If you see how we have to manage our micro layer this way also and this way also. If cotton mixing laydown is of 100 bales or 50 bales or 20 bales, we have to manage our deviation both horizontally and vertically. So we have did this exercise for US cotton also, and we have taken trial and we have found, yes, there is a significant improvement by this. So we change these are the bale numbers. If we change the position, minimize the horizontally and this thing, micronair value, you will get the gain. So this is just one last slide. It is a Gujarat-based composite mill. You must, I have not written the name. It's a Century Textiles. They have 1 lakh spindles and around 400 looms. We did this manufacturing excellence, which I am telling you, it's all by personal experience only. And productivity was increased by 5 to 10%, power consumption reduced by 5%, weaving 13%, 14%. So these are the some of the case studies. Similarly, 2 lakh spindle shed, single shed with 2 lakh spindle, productivity increased by 12 to 18%, yarn realization by 2.4%, yarn imperfection improved for different count 10 to 17%, power consumption reduced by 11%, just by following simple these methods which I have discussed with you. So it is not a rocket science. Textile is not a rocket science. We can achieve it. We have to think from that point of view, starting from the customer and then the yarn engineering. These are the 2 key factors. Thank you everyone, and I am open for question also. Right now also, even after also, I am here till evening.
Well, I think we will have the questions during the discussion session, because there are many things to ask. So I think we will break for lunch, but it has been very, very enlightening, and you have always made me a person who would like to drill down more into this particular area, because a lot of scope for re-engineering, restructuring, reforms, policy, things like that. But generally, some of your statements like maybe composite mills have done very well is well taken, because if I remember right, Vardhaman Textiles has got 9,000 crores turnover.
Yeah.
It's Vardhaman. It's composite, which means that 400, our textile capacity into 400. That is a kind of economies of scale where people operate. But the next one comes to around about, based on CMI data, comes to around about 3,600 crores. Now this is now scale. But just a question on, because this India has got 6.1 million tons of production of cotton. Now, on the other hand, China has 5.5 and US 1.6. That's the internet kind of research data. But this Bangladesh, from where do they import this cotton?
Cotton, India, US and Australia majorly.
Yeah.
And some African cotton also.
Right. Now, these there are different kinds of spinning technologies available, but on which technology most productive that the Uzbekistan concentrate when they increase spinning capacities? What kind of technology?
No, Uzbekistan is coming up into ring spinning only.
Okay.
Uzbekistan into ring spinning only. Open end, if we see, only Pakistan has increased their capacity significantly, and it is because of one factor only. The Pakistan cotton is a short cotton. They cannot spin finer count, so that cotton is more suitable for open end yarn. So that's why they are into home textile, towels, that category, they are very big into that, or denims where the course count is required.
A third question is on this import duty of 11%. But before that, what was the import of cotton from other countries by India?
There used to be significant import. I don't have right now figures.
Yeah, but
there used to be cotton import used to be there to counter the prices.
But perhaps that might be the reason why the ministry, Government of India, is not bringing down the import duty, because we manufacture a lot of cotton. So if the import is sizable, there is a logic. But maybe you can enlighten us later on this particular question. Right, where does Thailand fare in textile exports?
Thailand is very minimal.
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 Not much. Not a big player.
No, not
Okay.
a big player.
Now these are some of the things which came to my mind. We will continue our discussion after lunch. Okay. So there is going to be a lot of questions to ask. I hope some macro level I asked. Now we'll continue after lunch, and I would also sacrifice some time which I had kept for my presentation. I will narrow it down and to give the external speakers more time for answering the questions, because we need to take full utility of their visit to Kerala. Thank you so much, and I hope Mr. Roy Kurian, who is piloting the session, will also guide us in getting more information from the experts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And
We'll assemble in another 20-25 minutes to save time, because at 4:30 we have another meeting of maybe an award committee for the PSUs here, right here. So therefore, maybe we can stretch to 4:10. So we
Thank you.
Thank
you for giving me an extended time.
Thank you. No, but maybe it's very, very interesting. Yeah, thank you. Shall we start the session? Yes. I request Mr. Shelly and Asha to come to the dais. Mrs. Asha and Shelly. Yes. Yeah. Now I request Mr. Alagan Karupannan to enlighten the audience on his observations on restructuring the textile sector. Mr. Alagan Karupannan is a graduate in engineering from PSG College of Technology, and later on went to take MTech in textile technology, so an apt person to handle this session. But the interesting point is that he has actually, in addition to consulting, is also managing the business related to marketing of cotton and other blended yarns and fabrics to countries like Thailand, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, etc. So is that person to, yeah, but I think they should know about your background. So I thought it right to enlighten the audience on this matter. So thank you so much for being with us. I would request Mr. Alagan Karupannan, we can take maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Right.
Vanakkam, Vaalga Valamudan. I start from the end. Thank you. And I've been observing one important VIP here right from the morning. And I think he deserves a big clap, none other than our Dr. Ashok, chairman of RIAB. I've been watching him from morning. He has been on time, and he has been keenly watching all our activities with mild smile, and is one of I want to thank you, all of you, for having given me this opportunity, and also thank RIAB and your government, which really wants to keep the industry running. That's a very, very positive energy, which is an appreciable note, honestly. I will go to my formal dress. I'm wearing a t-shirt. This is made out of my own brand. Black is green. This is one saying I wanted to implant, which I read when I was doing my 8th standard schooling, which I remember even today, and then I keep repeating on all my presentations, and in my company also I do implement and think towards this goal. The planet is not inherited from our grandparents. We have borrowed it from our grandchildren. Let us have this cautious approach always. Yeah, black can be green. Let's not think that black is black. This is made out of a dope-dyed viscose, what I'm wearing, which is really a good eco-friendly manufacturing method, and it is very cost economic, and it's very biodegradable 100%. Velicham Tukkamanunni, Tamashallo Sugapradam. I think all of you would have definitely read this saying by Akitam. I think we are here to think in a different form. From this, what we have to look is, we have to look for the light. Because comfort zone we have to break and then come out. I'll just throw some lights. The solutions are going to come within ourselves. Maybe some points out of my experience I'll share from the marketing point, which can kindle out of these 17 or spinning units. One of you can think, this idea can work for my mill, this can work for my mill, like that. And we can corroborate with all the thoughts, and we can go to next step. Boss, see, Kerala is the land of celebration, if you ask me. So, I have to, okay, sorry, yeah. Kerala means this is what comes to my mind instantly. And we have to be happy about it. Please, boss.
Thank you.
let's celebrate. There is nothing to worry, honestly. The whole market is in deep down. It's not that only for our industry, but we have got definitely some major problems compared to other spinning community, which can also be solved by some innovative ideas. So let's celebrate the life. Let us not think the other way around. Kerala has got enough potential to make these units better survival units also. So I've been given this topic of technology and product in, oh, I didn't move here. I've been moving here, sorry. Yeah. Let's take this caution. Let's not speak even negative about ourselves, even a joke. So I think there is solution. Words are energy, and let's be positive. We as a company, we are involved in marketing and trading, fabrics, yarns and fibers. We can place orders immediately to your mills also, some of the products we can develop. We are collaborating with a company in Japan, 360 years old company. It's a $2 billion company, Moririn. And we bring in a lot of functional fibers and we are marketing it here to make the products more value. See, in innovations, what can happen? One is technology based. Product process parameters can be altered and some innovation can happen. Like Sar was mentioning about high twist and all, something like that could be done. And the raw material blends. So I'm basically a material person and I'm touching upon, Mr. Korean sir was also mentioning always, with our available resources, how we can maximize and then come out of the problems, and we have certain remedies quickly means that could be a better idea immediately. So in that angle also we focused. And when I said about marketing, is that it's better you throw some light on that as well. So I'm looking at if raw materials, without disturbing our, our spinning setup, without making any major investments, how we can go about the raw material should be easy available and it should be cotton compatible because our machinery setup is running with cotton all along, and it should also give better margins, and marketing should be easier. See, some of the raw materials which are available, and I given in the order of my preference based on today's and in the last 10 years of growth in Indian textile industry, man-made fiber had been consistently growing on a CAGR of 6%. And this is one of the important for raw material which we cannot afford to keep away ourselves. And there is nothing better skills required to handle that. All our team is already equipped. Synthetic, we have got now the recycled concept is evolving everywhere. And we may have to think of using in the polycotton already you are producing. Let us think whether we can use a recycled polyester and make some extra 5 rupees a kilo. There is a possibility. It is there. It exists in the market with some GRS certification. And natural yarn, of course, flax is a common accepted throughout the year, but it needs a lot of skills in marketing and production also. We have to see which is adaptable to our climate, our manufacturing climate. The last is the dope dyed fibers, which I mentioned, like what I'm wearing this t-shirt. This is easily adaptable because we have got a lot of smaller spinning units in our group. So the same thing, like some of the matrix, this presentation is available already with here, and I think you can collect it here and then you can also go through. Yeah, marketing challenge, which everybody has, this is same various blends I have proposed. Another blend is that cotton or cotton acrylic or viscose acrylic. This is also round the year. And with our kind of machineries, there won't be any much challenge to achieve imperfections, this, that, compared to, leading mills of combed cotton and all. Here, hank yarn, thousands of containers is being consumed in Bangladesh. 2 by 16s and 2 by 30s cotton acrylic. It can be immediately tried out. We have to choose a pilot mill and then we have to run and then take some product. So this all of us already discussed. Yeah, 100% cotton. Already we have enough pressure on volatile pricings and lot of competition, and cotton is a seasonal. See, cotton used to be like premier mills where I've been working and all. What had been our thing is that we buy for entire 9 months or 1 year, and those were the mills. They were doing it in the past. That was their strength. So good quality is bought in the season time, and we are running the product with consistent quality. But even those mills today cannot afford to do that because of, like dynamite, the prices keep changing. So now everybody thinks, even KPR thinks, I cannot do more than 45 days. If otherwise it will be a big risk, maybe 60 days maximum. So for us also same, for them also same. We have become level playing field. So then if you go for industrialized product, we have more chance of having the continuity like viscose, lyocell, polyester, whatever it is, the quality remains same, almost. And the price remains same, almost. If you fix, it is fixed throughout the year. So it is easy, and your productivity will suddenly shoot up because the strength of the fiber is good, evenness you can improve, worker practice can improve because breakdowns will be less. So a portion we can think. We may not change the entire 3 lakh spindles, 2.5 lakh spindles overnight. It's an idea we can think and then implement. Openly declared blends can be sold. It is not that, in the last 2 years, somebody had been trying to do, even in Tamil Nadu it was there, cotton was scarcity, people had to throw some percentage of lyocell and all. It can be even discussed and then do openly. So some of the points, marketing is the biggest challenge, I believe, that we need to, our team has to be, discussed that, and then we must have a very good brainstorming team amongst all your mills for the marketing, which one we can take, how we can go around. This can be given a focus area, like a cotton board, a marketing think tank is very, very important. Amongst ourselves, we can develop, and they can be in touch with markets. Next, worker skill set and all, that is always a big challenge, and that already you are addressing. But at least the government has to definitely look at basic maintenance. Is very important. Whatever the fiber, whatever you do, for the basic maintenance, if the cord wires are not replaced, it has to be replaced. Cords has not been replaced, cords have to be replaced. There is no second thought. We have to beg, borrow, and then it has to be done. So then only a technician can run the machine. Without tires, car cannot move. So this is my idea. In morning only this came. Please, these slides are as fresh as 6 hours. I have not made it yesterday. So I thought suddenly, Kerala's God's own country. I thought target segments for Kerala ions is 2 HK. What is the 2 HK? Do you know this figure, 45,000 crores? What does it represent? I'll tell you. You'll be surprised. This is the revenue happened within Kerala state. And you know what is this 2 crores? That is also I'll tell you. See, Kerala, I didn't change there, I'm sorry. 45,000 crores. I'm making a mistake by looking at both. I think you are better, I'm turned and then do. So this is very, very important. We can take a note. And it's God's own country is the real caption. The whole world knows Kerala has spent so much money in promoting this slogan. So let us keep this slogan for our own development also and try to improve upon that and make our selling also possible. Somebody made a mention like made in Kerala. Our chief guest today, our PS, he was also mentioning this. So there is a possibility. We need not to search for anywhere. See, this is a graph, earnings in tourism. 45,000 crores Kerala state earned in 2019. And 2 crore people have visited in 2019 into Kerala state. It's a statistics given by you in Google from tourism department. So I'm telling 2HK. What is the 2HK? Hospitality and hospitals, Kerala. What does that mean? Marketing. Look at your domestic market. 2 crores customers are coming to your state. Why do you want to export it elsewhere? Let us work together with our government, with all departments, wherever we can capture upon. Already uniforms you are doing. Hospitality is another business. It includes hotels. It includes your medical tourism. Tourism is big here. Relax, pilgrimage, and medical. Sabarimalai. 1.5 crore people are coming to Sabarimalai. 1 to 1.5 crore every year. I'll tell you how we can capitalize on that. Schools, government bodies, All of them, they can buy yarn only from made in Kerala, from our cooperative yarn. Co-op Kerala can be our brand, or PS, anything of our country. These two yarns I chose today. One is, this, imagine just, for 2 crore people, everybody when comes, you just give one shirt, 2 crore means you have to produce 18 tons per day yarn. I was just thinking, you print Kerala owns country in a black dope-dyed viscose or a poly-viscose dope-dyed t-shirt. You just print. Whenever who enters in the airport, you give this. One t-shirt, one person buys. You have to produce this much. This will be this crores. This is just an example of a thought. Where we have to strengthen, we can strengthen. It is all possible. It is in my dream. I can give it black and white. Another is that, Sabarimalai. You just tell, I have been visiting Sabarimalai almost maybe 35 times in my lifetime of 55 years. I have been there. So much waste we throw. So much waste. Polyester dhotis. All this open-end polycotton recycled dhotis made in Komarapalayam. Okay? I am telling, the government says, all pilgrimage, please, in Pamba, you have to use only this dope-dyed viscose made eco-friendly, stamped with KSTC or co-op brand. Devasam board will give one dhoti, one towel, like whatever it is. It may be very, very silly, but I feel there is a possibility. We can save our environment, this can be sold. You can keep running one mill, two mills, only for that people are entering. Woven fabric, knitted fabric, anything can be made. And these are all as a package, it is sold. Even if you throw, the viscose biodegrades within 70 days to 90 days. That's it. Your soil is not spoiled. And uniforms. You need not import from anywhere. In one of our units, polyester viscose all dyed. Polyester viscose fiber is 155 rupees today. 175 rupees is your black fiber. Can you make a dyeing with 25 rupees? It takes 100 rupees to dye. So your black is ready from the mill when it comes out. It goes to your loom. It gets the fabric out immediately. See the amount of energy saving, and also you need not worry about dyeing. Any problems, fastness. Dope dyed, dope dyed is like ஒரு மாவு ஆட்டும் போது இட்லியில் கிரைண்டருக்குள்ளேயே மஞ்சள் பொடி போட்டு மாவு ஆட்டினீங்கன்னா then all the idli will be completely yellow only, turmeric. So similarly in the solution itself they are putting the pigment. So there is no need to spoil the river, nothing is done, fastness is improved. Yeah, it's me, it's with a black woven shirt. I'm standing there. A lot of advantages of savings is explained there about dope dyed. It's a viscose shirt, what I'm wearing. Yeah, this is just an awareness. Textile industry is the second most polluting industry. Of course, Kerala is not allowing any dyeing, I think. It's a good practice. Yeah, almost, we produce only 110 million tons of fiber in a year. But 148 million tons of textile waste is thrown into the soil in the whole world every year. This is also one of the things, because the water is very, precious. You know that cotton consumes 10,000 liters of water before becoming a lint of 1 kilo. The statistics are there. Whereas viscose or lyocell requires hardly 300 liters per kilogram of. One Johnson earbud, which is not to be used, honestly. Because he was producing, he was able to sell it and market it. It consumes 3.6 liters of water before producing one cotton earbud. So water is under pressure. You cannot have water to drink, where will you have the water to produce textiles? So the fibers are moving, the fiber trends are moving. So let us think and take advantage of all that also. This is what, the rainbow is a brand. I mean, we can have rainbow. So not only black, we can have multicolors. All our lungis can be out of dope-dyed viscose and dope-dyed polyviscose. It can be made, spun here. It can go for a job work to nearby, maybe to Swamanur, Coimbatore, come back. The fabric can come back and it can be marketed. How to market? Yes. RIAB has got so many, sectorial connections. I don't know about the cooperative store strength. Even to the retailers, we can fix it up. hospital industry, everywhere, everywhere we can pitch in. If the government decides, there is no end. We can definitely succeed. Another one what I want to give is, polyester yarns you are using already. How to add value? You go for a functional polyester. This nano zinc oxide polyester is imported. Of course, the fiber is expensive. It is $4.85 and CF price to Cochin today. So, but we need only 30% to be added with balance. It can be another 50-40% another polyester, 35% can be cotton. So it can be 67-33. Advantage is, these fabrics, whatever you use, these are all permanently antibacterial. So I'm giving one more thing. I studied your loom is running for a filament. It is easy because you don't have sizing and warping. So this is one of the fabrics what is in demand, and even people can buy back if you approach. Filament is in the warp. Weft is 100% zinc polyester. So the same company can work for us and buy back, or we can even market. So this becomes a hospital sheets, and it is permanently antibacterial. You make even 150 wash, there is no bacteria. So there is no transmission of, bacteria. So it is good for patients, uniforms. I kept some uniforms here. Socks or samples are there. You can take a look. Fabric samples are there. I have got all the cost details. I can tell you later whenever there is some interest. Why nano zinc oxide? This is what it is. It is permanently antibacterial. So I will rush through my slides. This is the test. I have done even in Citra. It proves even after 150 washes. Normal coating is done with silver and all. Here it is not like that. It is permanent in the fiber. Even diabetic patients, amputation can be avoided if they use the socks and all. So we can produce yarns for them, and all the hotels can be prescribed for that. Yeah, coming to lyocell. See, you're already aware of this, blends of lyocell. This is all in demand. We can easily buy, and the lyocell price is equal to cotton price only. It is not very exorbitant. Maybe cotton price is not going to, like what Sanjay was telling, it is not going to go down to any pre-war level and all. It will now be at some top level. So all the fiber economics will be all equal. So we have to take some logic and some pilot run in 1 or 2 mills. We can quickly go. There is nothing to wait. There is no gestation period. So some of the prices I have put here, just for an idea, like what is between cotton and lyocell blend. Almost you get about 5 or 10 rupees better even with lyocell or lyocell blends. Lyocell is a natural fiber. These are all I can skip. Lot of advantages of lyocell is there. You need not to mercerize. Your hanks I've seen. In hank we can use very good proportion of lyocell and then make the product much better. Mercerization can be even excluded if you are been in the segment of hank. I can guide you. I can buy your yarn from you also, possibly. I mean, straight away the bales. Yeah, the strength is so high than cotton, lyocell. It's about 40 gram per tex. It's equivalent of, or even wet strength is equivalent of a DCH dry strength. So, see, these things can be always discussed in detail. There is nothing much change to be done. Carding or drawing or speed frame. Everything is like 100% cotton. Many of you must be already doing in your mill some blends already. There's nothing new. But you have to take a clear-cut strategy and then move in that direction. One mill completely you go for that, and then we figure it out to market it. Flax, it is definitely a profitable count, but running in our setup we have to think, because it needs intensive, aggressive working of people, dust environment, some skills, and it's very expensive also, again, raw material. So that you have to study and then we can enter. But it is throughout the year there is a demand for this also. Blends of flax with cotton and also viscose. This I told you. We can attempt and we can help you in getting some inquiries, do some costing. First, whatever I'm telling, let us to put it in paper and then first see. Even if you're selling for loss, consciously we sell it. For this 2 months, 1 month, this contract, I'll go with this like that. With paperwork, then we can jump into trial. See, there are some quality references given here. which you can see later. I'm just pushing on for want of time. This is also again a case study in a mill where 80% cotton and 20% lyocell was added. So you got a lot of improvement there in the strength as well as in the imperfections. So these are all available data. Yeah, this is just for you to think. So we have to think in a more of a natural biodegradable area also. And at the same time, we cannot avoid using synthetic, because if you want to clothe the entire population only with cotton, there is no enough space. So if US decides, I will use only cotton, we need 4 times the acreage what we have today to fulfill that demand. So synthetic will remain, but consciously we have to use, that's the only idea. I think these are all some of the thought-provoking ideas. Like more than fish, the plastics is going to occupy the ocean. Yeah, the mask. I made with the zinc oxide mask. This is one of the very, very interesting masks for school-going children. I've been selling this. This is branded as Kirimi Po by me. Okay, that's all, Kirimi Po. And you can wear it for 24 hours without removing, no suffocation. 300 watts, still it will be antibacterial. So if you throw polypropylene, it's going to live for thousands of years. So all the school children, of course, we need not wait now. The air pollution is so high that we have to now accustom to use mask every day. If that means that's going to be discipline. Like an undergarment, you have to wear a mask. No, it's going to be the days. So recycling concept, we are just, bottled water companies don't produce water, everybody knows. They produce plastic bottles. So we have to recycle it. So this concept is already there, but we are very poor in India. The collection of bottle, crushing it, still the capacities are getting built. Around 55 units are there in India today offering the recycled fibers, polyester fibers. So now still big people are investing on that because the awareness is coming and the collection cycle is improving for the recycled polyesters. Wherever you are using polyester, your marketing can think. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Sir, within India also, sir, and also for export also. For like Bangladesh is why doing better. Bangladesh has a big say in Europe because of the import duty is 0. We are 10-11%. I will send the inquiry. Fiber also I can arrange. I am a business partner with these 2 companies, both Lenzing and Birla. Everything we will give, sir, no problem. And see, I have been discussing last 2 days with all these companies, taking the inputs of current prices. So much we have to help. They are all waiting for my next call to come immediately. Once we select, the fiber people will come and sit with us. We have got like Mr. Parameswaran is there with me. He has been all doing for so many, not with me means we are all from same place, from same fraternity, not from the same company. But we ourselves can help. People like them can also help. It is not a problem at all. The fiber companies are ready to come and sit with us and discuss. Some discipline of, financial management, of course, with the big companies, that is, of course, we have to do, and that is important. But without bringing in so many crores of worth of machine, put it, why? No need. And even in Coimbatore, 30% capacity only mills are running. Last 3 months, 4 months, many mills, they stopped. Dyeing units stopped for 4 days in a week. It is not everything is rosy. Yes, few mills will be definitely doing it. Big fish are eating small. Like, KPR, if you say integrated, they got power to reduce the garment price, single headache. So they go and take order of 10 small units. They are dying. They are running. So these are going to happen. But we can preserve ourselves with some conscious approach. Whatever I told is just out of my mind. I was just thinking what Kerala can really encash. There are possibilities where we can definitely make some positive impact.
Thanks. Any further questions? Yeah.
See, we all know in Kerala, cotton is not available.
Yeah.
But now the banana fiber is coming up. Okay. Throughout Kerala, a lot of banana trees are available.
Okay.
So what is the scope in that area? Like you talked about the tensile and other fibers, which we are as he asked, we have to depend on somebody.
Yeah.
Okay. Within our own state, the banana fiber it can be made
Yeah.
available in a plenty. And what is the future for that?
Yeah, there is a requirement in with a lot of fashion brands. They keep asking. It's about 20% maximum you can blend. You cannot blend more than that. Spinning is difficult. 20s up to 20s, 24s is little easier. Beyond that, it is difficult to make. We can make fabric. We can make. I would always recommend yarn also can be sold, no doubt. There is a demand. People keep asking. To my knowledge, the fine fiber, banana fibers to spin along with cotton is imported from Malaysia. We have to copy that fiber technology, how they have done it already.
Is it a different technology?
I didn't know honestly, but definitely the fiber is compatible to spin easily. What we are talking about here is available is you can only put it in some handloom and make some mat, something like that. Here it is not that compatible to spinning. That's what I understood. But what you are telling, maybe he has improvised. We can study that fiber making company, and we can definitely compare with the other spinners. We can bring the fiber sample also.
See, why I am asking is,
It's antibacterial. It has got impact. People are asking. You can export for your export benefit also. EPCG.
limitations can be put it in a better way.
I understand.
We have some 10,000 spindle, 11,000 spindles. So we can take that as one of the trial one, and if it is succeeded, definitely we can go for it.
மட்டை வாழை மட்டையிலிருந்து வாழை மட்டையை bark shell is dried up and then I did some research honestly, but within Malaysian quality is better. That's what the spinner is telling. People are making, but this we have to put a lot of efforts honestly. It needs a lot of efforts to market it. But if you are able to spin and then give us a fabric, people are ready to buy. Even yarn, there are some enquiries, but it's on and off. But we can go aggressively if we can spin. It's an antibacterial, but these are all only small niche. But the bulk means you have to think little. You can, yeah, you can get some extra margin. I agree with you. Yeah. That is your benefit. But you have to now confine and think like that. Making 20s, 30s. Combed and compact and all, definitely not suitable for our kind of mill operation, competing with large spindle who are running 1 lakh spindle in single count. So we must think in bits and pieces. My mill is this value addition, this value addition. Try to do some conversion of fabric and give us fabric. You may get better margin. This is one thought.
Shall we discuss more in the brainstorming session on these things? So that we will
See, even a bandage, surgical bandage is made out of this zinc oxide polyester yarn. You can make even sewing thread in one of your polyester. Still, there is a consistent market for sewing threads also in cone form. We can do that also. But you have to train for S-twist, training of people. But certain things we have to take efforts. Any bandage companies are there, we can spin 50s or 40s or 30s, 100% zinc polyester and give it to them, make bandage. I'll tell you, this bandage can be used for 10 times, 15 times. A rural woman need not to come to hospital daily for dressing. You can wash, you can again use that back. There are plenty of opportunities are there.
Sir, this lyocell now,
Yes.
that can we mix it with cotton and sell?
Yeah. See, that's happening. As the cotton can we sell? That depends on our marketing channel and the clear understand with them. It is possible. People accept it.
They will
But
complain or no?
No, if you don't tell them only, it becomes a problem because you are not told the consumer, he is putting a old lot of 100% cotton with this, then there will be differential dye uptake. So this thing happened suddenly, people made a big mistake.
To what percentage it can
I
be
think
used?
15 to 20, it won't create a big problem. Somebody has sold even 45% viscose, 50% viscose like that instead of lyocell.
If that is the case, what are the advantages?
Lyocell fabric will be very clean, like sheen, high strength, and good dye absorption, and people will love to use that. And your spinning performance will improve, your imperfections will reduce, your strength will increase by CSP 200. So your cotton, whatever weak brothers, it can take, the strong brother can take along with it. So definitely for our group, you must think of selling a lyocell blended yarn at 50% cotton, 50% lyocell, 20 lyocell, 80 cotton, these different blends. You have to declare and then you can sell. It is an important.
What about the dyeing fastness?
It will be much better than 100% cotton. Easy to dye because it's already bleached, mercerized. It's a pre-mercerized fiber, I would say. Caustic soda lye is what used in the manufacturing.
Will it fetch a better price than
Absolutely. Minimum 10 rupees more, it can be more. It's still consistently people are making it and selling it. There is a good market potential for that, even in Europe and US.
Can you help us for marketing those products?
Sure, sir, sure. We can. I'll try to get some enquiries. Yeah.
I think we'll
That's
take
my
just
business.
One more question from our advisor.
Please, sir. Sir. Yeah. Correct.
So any tips for our textile units, which are predominantly, spinning units.
Yeah.
So some of them have, it's not branding, at least the company's name is there and it goes.
Correct.
But any suggestions for at least at a B2B level, some kind of branding which can help them gain better?
So absolutely. In fact, I mentioned in all the products brands there, like whatever dyed one, what I'm telling, dope dyed, it can go as a Kerala black, co-op cotton. See, many things, all yarns, please brand it. Brand is a name. A name is a promise. See, my parents named me as Alagan. See, 55 years I have been carrying this as a brand and I have been living up to the promise as Alagan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Aragan. Yes, we have had a good session on some eco-friendliness, some sound bites about forward integration and diversity in the raw materials, so on and so forth. So very kind of you to explain to our officers here. Now we have the next presentation from Mr. M. Parameswaran, 15 minutes. Now we are trying to catch up for the time. He is from the Spintech Associates, a project consultant for many spinning mills in Tamil Nadu and other parts of India. A science graduate and who has got substantial experience, right from the lower levels to the rank of general manager. So he brings in a lot of expertise at various levels. Please.
Heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala and the Ministry of Industries and Commerce. We all know very well that in present India, many of the public sector and government-owned profit-making industries are being sold. I am very much happy to see that the ministry and the related administration is trying to safeguard the textile industry, which is facing a huge loss due to the internal and external difficulties. I am very much thankful to this RIAB and the entire associate and all the technocrats for an opportunity given to me to share some of my opinions and ideas as a consultant in textile industry. And many of you all know all about the consultancy work being done by Coimbaturians in South India. And actually last 42 years I am in textile industry. My father was a mill labor in Prime Textiles. Many of you know the mill, Asher. When Asher was there, I went along with him inside the spinning mill when I was 5 years old. And you see in Tirupur, particularly those who went to spinning mills as a blue room or carding operator, cone winding or spinning cider, many of them becomes the spinning mill owners nowadays. You know very well that opportunity was there only because the development of Tripur export and everything. We'll come to directly, we can come to the points because of have been already been explained. Many of the same opinions are repeated, but somehow I have to give the some of the floor level because my topic was given as manufacturing excellence. Not only in India, but globally, you see, which are the countries are leading in the yarn manufacturing or clothing or garmenting is like if you come away from Europe, Turkey, then comes to Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Vietnam, then to China. But due to various reasons, but China already having the share of about 37% of global margins. The major growth is only because not like Kerala, the labor part of the other areas from Tamil Nadu to Jammu is totally, the methodology is different, but in Kerala, very particularly because maybe due to the political and socio-economic conditions, the labor culture is a little bit different, and we need a different solution and administrations essential, but when compared to the spindleage of Tamil Nadu, it is 40% of the spindleage. The spindleage is very narrow, and we have handled from 12,000 to spindle to 1 lakh spindles. We have done projects. So I think our thinking is also how to handle the 11,000 spindles in such Indian conditions and in global conditions. Once we will go to the next. As you mentioned in the external difficulties which are affecting the industry, the raw material, cotton, polyester, viscose and major. The raw material, cotton, polyester, viscose and major commodity and input material cost due to higher GST. This happens only when we enter into the spinning industry in 1979. The raw material cost was 7,000 rupees per kandi. Then there will be increase of 3,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees in every year. But from 2010, from 30,000 to 60,000, once the price shoot-up was there. Afterwards only, in India, the raw material price is not consistent because the ginners or traders, they came to understand that a huge money can be profited from this white gold. Maybe some WTO or globalization, entry of foreign companies purchasing raw material in India and store them and selling them. These are all the major difficulties. Actually, the raw material India's requirement and the Indian spindleage is matching. Why at the time of purchasing of seasonal when farmer brings the cotton, it becomes now it is 55,000. But it shoots up to 1,10,000. So countries like China or raw material importing countries in textile industry are better than us. It is because the country administration plays a major role in their raw material. That's why they are getting an annual average price, but which we are unable to get it. Actually, what report I received earlier for this discussion is market finished products, what to do with that, and then global economic recession due to actually this year only we are facing this raw material pricings, and the finished goods price is not matching only because of the consumption of global requirement is very much shrinked due to various external reasons like economic recession started in US and due to Ukraine war, or buying capacity has been reduced, very much reduced. So this year particularly the consumption is very much reduced in the garment industry. It's because that we can see from Tirupur, the Amazon placed order at one of our companies 5 lakh pieces, and now their order is reduced to 1,50,000 pieces. So what I am saying, Kerala textile industry is not facing this difficulty in the present scenario. So we can win over the situation well after the market is improved. But there are several internal difficulties are there, which what have been given to discuss. That one by one we can have a look. Actually, the CC, that is the working capital is eroded. Don't think that only in some of the in spinning industry in Kerala alone, even in Tamil Nadu, some of the mills have facing the same problem. They are unable to buy the cotton for annual requirement, and due to pricing, and also they also faced a huge loss in the CC loss. So it is not a specific reason for Kerala industries alone. Less capacity utilization is going on in many of the industries, even in Tamil Nadu or in other states also, because the consumption is very low. We are not getting the price for yarn. So naturally the spindleage the capacity utilization has been reduced. Even many of our mills in the Tirupur based or Tamil Nadu based, 60 to 70%, it's because to manage the loss. Naturally, though they are having power pack by windmill or solar power, even then they are reducing the production, just minimizing loss, not because minimizing loss, but there's no buyer for that. There's no buyer for yarn. The reality, what I am saying is the reality inside the spinning mill. Even after this, the revenue of Kerala textile industry is reported that they have earned a revenue of 100 crore that is turnover or profitable, not profitability, but some revenue generation. In the many internal difficulties being explained, like outstanding dues of creditors, not possible to store cotton in the for us 10 days or 15 days or 1 month. Every day we have to buy and sell the yarn at the lowest price. These are the reports what we have received. One reason already been explained, the transportation. Transportation, of course, it also makes some loss like that. That's what they're thinking in the industry. But we import cotton. Many of the countries which are not having cotton, they are importing the cotton. So from Gujarat or anywhere in North India, buying cotton is not a matter. Every 47% of 40% of the spindlage is in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is buying the cotton from North India only. Only 5 to 10% not even growing in Tamil Nadu. When enter into the spinning mill inside, it is well reported that labor, absenteeism, workload and methods, these are all very much affecting the industry's truth when compared to other states. Now most of the states are engaging, we can say 60-70% migrant laborers, and the previous permanent labor system is being very much eroded. We have put spinning mills in Gujarat also. When I was there, the wages was 400 rupees per 8 hours. Just when I came out of the factory, then it was made 12 hours and 200 rupees, 250 rupees. Practically speaking, we did some few units in Gujarat, and we are not interested to proceed more because we are the methodology of Tripurian export house and in Gujarat, we have some difference of opinion. So we put some spinning units, then we stopped further going to develop, to put a spinning industry in. That is that type of culture is possible for the local people only. Actually, the area where we have to discuss more, the thinking is some of major areas are we can develop the culture of the worker by introducing some sort of training programs, encouraging them, because the previous mindset and present mindset has changed a lot, but still I think we are able to do some of the field work to develop their strength and efficiency of the workers. Because the major problem one is quoted is that part. That is possible, but it is much interrelated with the changes inside the spinning mill, like change of machineries or change of product mixing, and several others are involved, which we can discuss in depth, particularly that area. Actually, the psychologically, you see the past spinning mill condition and present spinning mill inside condition is totally different. Recently, one Amazon person entered into one of our spinning mills and say, it looks like an electronic or IT industry. Nowadays, that much difference is that which I am not asking them to develop in such a way, but instead of 25 cards, one person is one carding attendant is uttering, we can make some developments in the carding or since some of the latest, if introducing some latest coding, then it can be reduced. The worker will also perform well, better production, better quality, and better profitability also come, but it all depends upon the investment. So we will come to the investment part of that discussion. In general, when private sector industries like private sector spinning mills and the public sector spinning mills, particularly in Kerala, actually I wish to explain the maintenance part of the spinning industry is yet to be improved in such a way that some integration with the technicians and some sort of software to be implemented like ERP. Somehow the gap between the technicians and fitters, operatives, this is to be narrowed down, and we need to improve a lot of things in that area what we observe, but that all to be done only after visiting the factories, giving some opinion, then only. Even someone explained even the change in the layout also will lead some of the it will reduce some of the manufacturing expenses. Nowadays scientific layout has come, that means it will narrow down the transportation of the material inside the spinning units. Sorry. Come to the raw material. Actually, directly we can say that in present scenario, bringing the loss and increasing the utilization, efficiency, everything, it depends upon the type of fiber, which have been already been explained. Mr. Alagan has given an outline about the consumption of different type of fibers. We immediately need not go for the modernization with the existing machinery, because even in many of the Coimbatore mills like Varadaraja mills, they are running 80s count cotton, 80s yarn with the lap feed only, very low production machineries only. So we have to plan accordingly, depend upon the machinery configuration, what type of raw material can be used. Like actually, we also introduced the lyocell in some of the spinning units. But what happened naturally in Tamil Nadu, because of the cotton problem, 15 to 20, instead of 10-15%, they have mixed more than 50% and made the HL people facing enormous difficulty in the yarn quality and parameters. So that's why it reflected in all the areas. But right percentage and declaring it, even whatever the mix you are going to do, that percentage, even it can be explained or it can be given as a mix, branded like that. Just we have mixed 15%, 20% of this type of material will help you to reduce the breaking, work atmosphere, and even the manufacturing cost, because when compared to raw material cotton, the price of synthetic fibers also still now less when compared to the cleaned cotton. That we have to calculate. No. Viscose is viscose. Actually, sir, the problem raised recently is many of the Tamil Nadu industries mixed the Birla Grasim industries viscose. not 5%, 10%. They put up to 50%. Then the on went to HL currency. Then from the HL currency association, they have sent us a letter that it spoiled the fabric. Please declare. Yeah, viscose. Actually, the difference between the viscose and the lyocell is very much. Viscose is the wet tenacity is very less when compared to if it is 60-65% mean naturally the strength of the cotton and also the strength of the normal viscose, Birla viscose, it's called silk I think, is of same. It is strength is about 2.4 CN by D tax. But you go to lyocell, particularly it is manufactured by Lenzing from UK and USA only. The fiber character is the strength is 4.4 up to 4.4. Drop in wet tenacity is 80%. Strength is 80%. Yeah, viscose, we need not say it is viscose, it is lyocell. Lyocell fiber is the globally number one fiber, natural fiber we can say it is manufactured by wood pulps. So the dye absorbency and cotton dye absorbency is alike and you cannot differentiate. We made many samples and we made some fabrics even in garment industry, but only thing is since the garment is going for export, we have to declare the percentage. And in hosiery, our use is very limitation, but in weaving, we can blend it 15 to 20% and price reduction, higher strength, low breakage rate in spinning, and you can get a better revenue also. Because the raw material price is 180 rupees, 85 rupees around, that much only now at present condition. Sometimes if the cotton price goes up, naturally they are also increasing. Viscose price is for those bulk consumption, if it is 100, 1000 ton, 900 ton, 500 ton, it is 152 rupees. Yes, sir. In the lyocell is from a different wood pulp and processing is different, and viscose, naturally the viscose wet tenacity is very less. It can be, the fabric can be tearable easily. Normally rayon fiber, if it is wet, you can break it very easily. That is the difference between the two fibers. So product planning. Actually, when compared to the spindleage of the nearby Tamil Nadu, the Kerala spindleage is very narrow. It's about 1.5 to 2.5 lakh spindleage, which is being handled by a single proprietor of the Tirupur. So what I am saying, there are wide opportunities. The thing is you have to go for value added yarn. Value added yarn means now we are producing the viscose yarn. Not plain yarn is 190 rupees. Whereas slab, high twist and compact yarn is 210 rupees. One of our mills made 2 crore profit 3 months, 4 months before. The present profit is only 50 lakh. But how they are unable to be more successful even in this worst condition is because only 10 to 20% plain yarn. Balance is high twist. The machine is 20 years old, 15 years old. We have worked with Texmaco K2, T11, ROI5, everything. But still with this how we can win over? You are saying one part is the 65% utilization. In such situations, we have to select the right raw material instead of cotton. We can go for viscose. Viscose is have a huge market or production is there, means just for one information I'm saying, only in Tamil Nadu from Erode, Pallipalayam, how much quantity of viscose is being utilized? 47% of the viscose in India manufactured by the Grasim Industries, Aditya Birla, is consumed by Pallipalayam alone. Mr. Alagan is one of the leading global marketing person for the Pallava Group. Pallava Group is buying the whole production of, sorry.
Please conclude.
Yes, yes. Whole production of one plant in Gujarat. Why I am saying you have enough opportunities in the value added part.
So I think we will continue during the
2
discussion
minutes.
session.
Only 2
Yes,
minutes,
yes.
please. So we can support, because we are from the manufacturing hub of Tirupur, and your spindleage quantity is very narrow. We can plan accordingly how to utilize all these spindleages. Before you have to modernize some of the areas. It is a timely required one, because the world is going in a different such a speed. We also have to travel, but we have good opportunities. You can convert into yarn. My final conclusion is you have to convert your yarn into value added product. Unless otherwise, naturally, the inventory is more, the expenses, manufacturing cost is, you have told in value of production is about 30 to 35%, 30% manufacturing cost. Even in such situation, you can survive if it is a value added product. That possibilities are there. The nearest state is having all the facilities to produce a value added goods from out of your yarn. Only one thing, Ramraj is not manufacturing any product. Ramraj. You might have heard, one of the dhoti marketing. He buys 90 rupees, 99 rupees on dhoti, and his sale price is 300 rupees.
We need to speed up because
Sorry,
the session, we need to
1
close at
second.
4 o'clock.
Yeah. Thank you for me. Thank you very much for you to give us an opportunity to explain some of the areas already. Our seniors, our people have explained certain enough details. Thank you very much.
So thank you for highlighting certain aspects for re-engineering. So I wouldn't take much time. I'll just take 10 minutes to rush through my presentation because of time. Action presentation, please. Now, let me introduce my background. I am currently the member secretary of RIAB. I had a stint in some of the PSUs as its CEO, so has been here for some time in public sector restructuring board. Now, this particular sector now gives an end-to-end supply chain across the primary and secondary sectors of the economy, and of course, the services in terms of trade and other things. Very interesting. And today's presentations have, as I said earlier, have forced me to deep dive into the various micro-level aspects of this particular area. Now, I wouldn't elaborate much on things which have been discussed because summing up is one among my responsibilities. Now, we talk about data analytics, data science, big data analytics. So I've been asked by none other than our Principal Secretary, Industries, Harish sir, and the Honorable Minister to look at the industry-wide benchmarking. Now, benchmarks, there are technical benchmarks. We always discuss about CITRA level benchmarks. Now, I thought about getting some information from the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy on nearly 519 enterprises in the cotton and yarn sector. Now, the classification is available across various variables, but I thought of doing a quick statistical analysis on some of the parameters to make you think about now, one, the rationale for why we say that economies of scale is very important. Now, preparation of status reports. Now, comparison about what is happening in the industry, and also about the various kinds of ratios which we always talk about, right from raw material cost to turnover, employee cost to turnover, then power charges to turnover, and net profit after tax to turnover, because I couldn't get data on the operating profit which we always talk about. Now, the presentations from our colleagues, the managing directors of PSUs, now have thrown up certain problems which are deep-rooted in our industry, because we certainly do not have the liberty of closing down our shops for some time because it's a public sector unit. You cannot leave the labor jobless. I mean, there could be other issues on account of that. Now, that is where I think government always comes into supporting the mills in terms of funding of losses. But of course, there are certain controllable things which we should learn from the industry, because we cannot have working capital for working. It is for effective utilization. But of course, if you want to keep the industry open in times of downturn, we need to look at viability gap funding, and that is what maximum a government can do. But we have a lot of issues in our companies where we postpone certain, very important, liabilities to employees, the payments to power board, electricity board, so on and so forth. And we land in a lot of cases at the threat of removing the fuse and stoppage and things like that. But that cannot continue forever. But of course, the points which always the managing directors highlight are evident from the analytics which we have done. It doesn't move into system dynamic modeling or simulations and things like that, which are really required from a data science point of view. But just a cursory glance about some of the productivity ratios. So I would request Jayagishan to move on to the first slide. Now, when you look at the cotton yarn price data, we have a different kind of categorization. Now, our companies are, I would say, a tiny amongst what is happening in India. Now, we have taken data on some 14 enterprises, some of which are mentioned here, on these parameters. And you can see the trend. This year T is the previous year, T minus 1 and T minus 2. Look at the trends. Now, all along we have been near to the so-called the industry average which we are talking about. CITRA standards 56%. Now, employee cost to turnover is around 8%. Average power cost to turnover is 9%. And that is why we have the annual average profit after tax to turnover is 4.05%. So the units are making profits, large units. Now, composite mills, size, the kind of product mix, the yarn market mix, lot of innovations in yarn. Then technologies. I don't know how many units have airjet technologies, which are mostly used for long staple yarn. Now, yarn, you have short staple, medium staple, long medium staple, and extra long. That is what Mr. Sanjay Arora was mentioning. So all those things. So these are the stats, and I'm not reading through the what is given in the slides, but these are the units which have performed, and 14 enterprises, not much. Now, moving to the second slide, I had captured data on, I would say another, the number is 32 units. No, just before that, it is on 17 units with turnover of 500 to 1,000 crores. Now, these are the lists. I think we need to do a case study of at least some of the units to see the strategies they have adopted on turnaround. Because I have data, micro level data on each of these enterprises, it is worth to look at it. Even in times of downturn, some of the units have performed. Now, these sizes are again mind-boggling. Now, 500 crores to 1,000 crores, when compared to what we have, the capacities of spindles here. Now, here again, they have made a profit of around 4.04 crores, 3-year average. So things are not very bad. But of course, there are isolated cases where they have shut down the plants. It has run into losses. This is a sort of macro level information. Now coming to the third category. Third category is 250 to 500. Next slide, Jayesh. Yes. Now you look at the figures. Now this is where it stands. The percentages are slightly moving up, touching 60% on an average, and the profitability drops. But all along, the industry have pegged their employee cost and average power cost below 10%. This is where we need to look at what the strategies, what are the strategies which are employed by these undertakings. We need to closely look at it when we are trying to study the benchmarks. Now, I'm not reading through because of time constraints, but these slides will be available to all of you. Now you look at 100 to 250 crores, and we are nowhere near that. The advisor, Mr. Roy Kurian, after hearing the first session, pointed out that we need a lot of consolidation. Now, cotton board is one such consolidation, but some of the speakers have told that we should not stop with cotton alone. It is incoming material. There can be economies of scale in outgoing material also. Now, manufacturing process also, and a lot of things. Saving administrative costs, that may be minuscule, but the point is that we need to touch economies of scale. Now, here again, 100 and 200 is somewhere. Total, if you take, it is around 250 maximum, all these mills together. So, yeah, that's it. Now, you look at the profitability. That is again 0.90, from 4% to 0.90. That's the kind of drop we have had. So this is another one. Now, a further set is 50 to 100. None of our mills analyzed on standalone basis have this kind of turnover. Not just 25 crores, 30 crores, 20 crores, 18 crores. Now this is a problem. Now there again the profitability drops. The average is 60. But here there's a slight increase in power cost. Now all along it was below 10%. So these are some of the figures taken for 62 mills. 62. Now this is a larger because more number of mills are in this category. I don't call it tiny because tiny has got another classification when it comes to industries. But these are of course tiny. Now up to 50 crores. You look at the percentages. It is -8 overall. Now manpower cost, this one is high. Average employee cost is 14% and power cost is 12%. So these are, no, we are 25. We are 25 because of low capacity utilization, low turnover. So this is how the situation is. So the sector is not doing very bad when you look at large enterprises, medium scale enterprises. But of course, our profitability, we are talking about profit before depreciation and tax. Now, this is profit after tax. So I think these are some of the pointers which I would like to stop here. We will have more deliberations on company-wise things. Now, basic issues which we need to take for deliberations, which are led by Mr. Roy Kurian, our advisor, is we have an issue of distance from raw material source. But when you look at Bangladesh, they buy everything from outside, so we cannot comply about distance. And Mr. Parameswaran told about Tamdan mills, which doesn't cultivate much cotton. So they again bring it from other sources. Logistics. I think Mr. Salim mentioned to me about 10 rupees per kg from Madhya Pradesh. The Cotton Board, under the guidance of our honorable respected Principal Secretary, is looking at how the transportation can be done by rail. Now recently the Indian Railways have come up with 23 metric tons, they call it car, which can be tagged to any, it need not be a full train, to even passenger trains. So India Post has a collaboration with them and we are trying to discuss with them on how effective the transportation can be done. Now bulk purchase is there. Now, there is again a distance from the market. But when you look at Bangladesh selling to all countries in the world, we cannot really brood over the fact that we are away from markets. The issue is that all along we have been concentrating on Surat and other markets, but it is high time we look beyond that, which has been impressed upon by some of the speakers. Now, the other seasonal factors when you get cotton. Of course, October to February is the season. We are trying to procure during this season with some very strong support from the government. And the volume might pick up during the next year. Now, again, Mr. Sanjay Arora talked about using other fibers, which do not have the seasonal factor. So there we need to look at giving a lot of exposure to even second level and third level, officers in the mills on what is happening around. So that kind of capacity building is required so that we don't end up in criticism for having moved away from a traditional regime. Now, the quality would get addressed if you buy during season. Working capital I mentioned, the government is going to put some money to buy raw materials. But when it comes to controllable factors like within the company, now of course technology index is something which is there, but with the National Cooperative Development Corporation support guaranteed by the government, technology support is, the upgradation is being done, but we need to quickly do it, speed up the process where we get a good productivity. Maybe cotton it is about around p gram 95 I think, and for the other fiber which that is PC, isn't it? Where we can get up to 110 p grams. Capacity utilization is low. HOK there are issues, but I'm sure that if the units run in a viable fashion and if we remove the current issue of disguised employment among employees, they will not resort to other sources for their income, and your absenteeism and things like that will come down. I think I think that a concerted action, and as again discussed, some kind of hand-holding in terms of the technical as well as managerial inputs through very good consultancy assignments and capacity building can make this sector viable within Kerala, because the ultimate product has always got a demand. So there's no problem. So that is there, and I like to stop my presentation with this very hopeful and optimistic thought. Thank you so much. So may I request Mr. Roy Kudian, who is our advisor dealing with not only textiles but almost all the sectors. His team is here. If Mr. Shelley has got something to share, which you can also do in the course of this presentation. So I think we have some more time left, maybe 30 minutes. And, as permitted by our respected Principal Secretary and Chairman. Now, I hand it over to you, sir. Thank you. And Mr. Roy Kurian has got substantial years of experience dealing with chemical sector industries. He was head of Binani. He was head of some of the Birla group companies. A lot of consulting experience in both private and public sector. He was the head of Kerala Minerals and Metals Limited, which is the highest profit-making unit in the state. So an apt person to lead the discussions today. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, since we have slightly overshot of time, I was supposed to be here by 2:50 and end at 3:30, but it's already nearing 3:30. So I will try to compress and try to finish it earlier. I must thank all those who came here and from our own unit side gave the problem side, and the consultants who gave an overview of the whole thing as well as proper directions, and Mr. Padmakumar who gave a very good presentation on the present statistics of companies in this sector outside of Kerala, the various sizes. So that has also given us some perspective. So my job, as I told in the morning today, is very clear. That is, whatever we have discussed today in terms of the units, the issues that are being faced, and as against each of one, if not mapped exactly one against the other, whatever has come out in the discussions. Are we ready? Lata? So they have been parallelly capturing all that on an Excel sheet. live, and we'll try to project. But I have not seen what they have done. But I'm sure that 100% capturing would not be possible, because the way the things are being discussed, it is not exactly in a structure. Everybody talks in their own sequence. So to the extent possible, they have done it. So we don't treat that as the final. We will try to refine it over the next couple of days over emails and things like that. Maybe it doesn't matter, even if it is not readable by everybody, I can read it out. The idea now is, whatever you have captured will be displayed here. I'll read it out. And while we are just summarizing, if there is something which has got missed or maybe something to add, we can just do it right now. Who will do the typing now? Lata is my colleague in our PMU, so she is doing a good job of. But connectivity, computer. That's fine. You capture it there. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's fine. So we maybe in another 15-20 minutes we have to finish it. So we try to categorize it. The columns I'll read out. Serial number, issues, then comes category of the issue. Some may be manufacturing related, some may be marketing related, like that. Then we have some strategy options suggested by so and so. That is for future reference. Lata, this is sorted out on the category of issues basis, no? Oh, it is mixed. Okay, fine. So I think it is sequenced based on who presented. I think KSTC, Mr. Arunachalam. So issue was low average level of modernization. Category falls in technology. Strategy options was select product depending on machinery, configuration, blends and different types of fabric could be explored. That is product mix. Working on the product mix and trying to get better realization. So on that low average or low level of modernization, apart from what is captured there, anything else is there? Low or average level of modernization. The strategy option that has come is mostly the product mix part only, but low or average level of modernization, I think the decision should be to modernize fully. Am I correct or not? Yeah. The thing is, complete the modernization exercise. Okay. Yeah. Next is high cost of production. There again is that comes under the technology category. So go for blends, lyocell, etc. High cost of production is a result of so many things. It is all the issues which we discussed, like labor, power, all those things are there. So we need to bring down the cost of production. I think the strategy option is not fully captured. So it's okay. One of the things maybe we did not discuss so much in the session is the power cost, which we all know is around 20%. To reduce the power cost as a percentage of your total cost, all of you are already thinking of putting up some solar units here and there. Solar is not your core activity, of course, but nothing wrong in having, if you have excess land and you can put solar units, at least using that power for yourself and reducing the electricity bill is one good strategic direction which can also be captured in that. And other cost of production issue, I think what we discussed is we can't send the labor home, but some kind of consolidation of capacities which can lead to per unit labor cost reduction can be thought of. So to what extent you can physically consolidate is yet another challenge. Asking people working in Kottayam to go to Trivandrum, that's an issue. But I think this may need to be discussed in a larger forum and see what can be done. Labor, then see, once the physical capacities are consolidated to bring each unit to at least 100,000, lot of issues will get resolved. But whether it is possible or not is the issue. Correct or not? Then variation in spindle size to optimize on economical size. To optimize manufacturing product, only normal yarn produced. Explore blends, garment selling, focusing on the tourism, pilgrimage, hospital. Yeah, just scroll up, scroll down, scroll down. Uh-huh. No, 100% coned yarn is not only a marketing problem. It is actually you need coning capacity, right? Auto coner capacity is required.
Nowadays, in the market, they are also modernizing the looms. They are replacing the old loom and they are putting the new looms. There is a demand of auto coner.
Correct. It is not only for the fancy, it is a technical requirement. Correct. So, I think we'll do one thing. Lata, yeah? We'll do one thing. See, since we have been trying to do it parallelly, each and every point at that time the discussion was not going on and you had done it. So to a certain extent it's okay, but I think some of the things are not really, corresponding one to one also. So it doesn't matter. Instead of going through that line by line, and also in view of the short time, I'll just try to, extract whatever was discussed, summarize, and then you can separately note it down as points. So let me come to first the manufacturing related issues. Manufacturing means prior to that, let me come to sourcing. Sourcing of raw material, cotton. We have issues. So we have taken one step in having the cotton board and pools funds and procuring together. That is what government is doing now. Yeah, so apart from that, to do a better sourcing, a strategic sourcing, any strategic inputs which have come, which I can capture. Anything else from your side? Yeah. So Lata, you're noting down, right?
We need to identify our product. Product we are going to manufacture. Based on that, we have to do the sourcing.
Okay. So a product mix round the year round, a product mix round the year for the units as a whole, for the sector as a whole for Kerala should be planned in advance, and accordingly a sourcing policy, a sourcing plan has to be made. Whether it is in bulk or distributed is a different issue. So that's the thing. No, I'm talking about sourcing now. Okay, you are talking about deciding on the product mix. Okay. To decide on the product mix, we have to study the market accordingly, decide upon the product mix, and then according to the product mix, make the sourcing strategy. So on the sourcing, anything else? Import is a possibility? Import is not an option. But you said from Australia you can import duty free. Oh, I see. Okay. But modulating the timing of sourcing is a good thing to do, right? During season, buy and store and then use. Is that a good thing to do?
So nowadays, most of the mills except Vardhaman and Nahar, no one is sourcing for more than 2 months.
They are not sourcing for more than 2 months.
Except those 2 or 3 looms.
And even they are doing only for 2 months.
No, they are sourcing it for more.
More, okay.
Because Vardhaman has around 12 lakhs spindle on loom. Nahar has around 9 lakhs spindles. So they are sourcing for a longer period.
Okay.
Due to volatility from last 2 years.
Vardhaman and Nahar, longer period. Okay.
Due to this very high volatility, generally companies are not planning. So what companies are nowadays doing, because they are having got to the private. So at one point they are booking the order and simultaneously they are closing the cotton orders.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. So the sourcing of whatever you want to source, the item of sourcing as well as the volume of sourcing is more or less decided based on a back-to-back kind of a concept. You book orders for your sales and then accordingly you source.
So you have your raw material price also,
Yeah.
you have your sale price also, your margin is fixed. Okay?
Correct. Yeah.
What they do, they have
Cotton? Cotton selectors. Okay.
They go to the different spinning factory and they select the cotton.
Hmm.
And based on the quality, they fix the price.
Hmm.
We being a government organization, we cannot do that. We have to follow the tendering system and everything.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
That disadvantage is also with us.
So there some policy level change can help, where it is permitted to use the cotton selectors and all that.
Sir, due to this high fluctuation, the sellers are not ready to sell their raw material. See, suppose they are quoting a rate today, it is fluctuating tomorrow.
Yes.
So they are not willing to supply the material.
No, that will apply to any buyer, not only to us. No, I think what you're trying to say is, we do not have the luxury of time to go for tender and wait for long. Once you decide, you have to do it on the spot, you have to decide. That's what you're trying to. But these are major policy issues, because in a public sector, allowing people to go and spend money left, right, and center without a process, it is difficult. But we need to work out on that. We need to come out with some clear suggestion. Where Okay, so let us do one thing. Internally, from the side of the consultants, a couple of suggestions have come. But internally, within our group, this sourcing aspect we will discuss more in detail on a coming day, and then we will consolidate that and give to the government as a recommendation. Yeah.
Actually, regarding cotton only we are discussing this one. But if you go to synthetic, if you purchase viscose fiber, if you are having 10 belts in the mill, you can buy one load because the fiber quality difference is not there. Second, this price is constant. If the yarn market goes down, last year the Birla has reduced the fiber cost by 30 rupees per kg because there is no market. So depend upon the market, the fiber supplier is also bringing down the price from 175 to now.
True. But what is the point you're trying to make? So?
In synthetic, you need not think about the sourcing because
Okay.
one mill is
No, they are all talking about cotton only.
cotton only.
Yeah.
So no.
So what you are saying is, instead of that, go for synthetic.
Some units are synthetic means naturally you may
No, they are doing that.
not think about it.
Yeah. For 100% cotton, many of the units have now changed to 80-20 and 67-33 and all that. Okay. So sourcing, on the sourcing, anything else?
For polyester and viscose, generally on every first of the first they declare the price depending upon the demand.
Yeah, that stands for 1 month.
That stands for 1 month.
Twice.
Sometimes they come on in middle also.
Okay.
Very huge price change in raw materials of like PP, NPG or something.
Okay.
Otherwise, generally on standard basis, it's on 1 month.
Okay.
Sometimes they come.
Yeah.
So it follows the cotton only. Whether if cotton is increasing, they will also increase. If it is not increasing, so they will also bring it down. Fluctuations will be there, but not day-to-day fluctuation.
Marketing and sourcing has to be with one single fiber. Cotton. Generally, it is practiced in all places.
In our units.
No, I mean, if you are having an overall, then the marketing and both the selling point and sourcing point is 1%. Generally, it is what happens.
I see. In the industry, it is like that. Marketing of the product as well as buying of the raw material is by the same guys. Oh.
Final price, sales is different. I am telling you the pricing is fixed by, like in KPR, if you say, demanding.
No, but conceptually, selling of marketing and sales is two different things again. So somebody is marketing means generation of demand. Selling means actual selling. And buying is a different function. So normally, I don't think this will be, but maybe they'll be sharing notes.
The key person will there will be always a single pivot who gives the yarn price.
Okay.
That's why
Okay.
you can connect the losses.
Okay, I understand. Yeah.
This mechanism is not there.
So anything else on the sourcing, right? So let us get into technology. That is technology management, upgradation of technology, all those things. You're, raising the level of the mill and the productivity, all that comes in. Of course, there is manufacturing also. In an existing unit, if it is not running efficiently, by operational practices, improving the productivity is what we will now discuss under manufacturing excellence. But otherwise, for a unit itself, you need to improve, upgrade, and that we'll talk under technology, so that at least we are clear. So on the technology side, any inputs in general? Listening to what they have been telling today? Value addition. So if our plant and machinery is not really compatible for the value addition, for example, he was talking about twisting. So double twisted yarn and all. Yeah, yes. If the facility for that is not there, then we have to build that facility, right? So technology, Lata, technology upgradation is mainly for targeting value-added products wherever it is not there, right? Otherwise, it is mainly capacity. Modernization, of course, we discussed. Coming to manufacturing, whatever facilities we already have, to utilize it in the best possible manner, best capacity utilization and all that. Apart from adding machinery, anything else, anything you have to suggest? That is mostly related to factory management, you know.
Your night shift absenteeism is high.
Yeah.
You can reduce the night shift to as first and second shift can be 8.5 hours. This has been practiced long back in
But as Mr. Anil Kumar earlier was telling, we have the time of demand tariff. Sir, that final consolidation is going on 10 minutes. That's a good suggestion. But that is from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. is the lowest tariff. That time people don't want to come for duty.
One second. Finally, since I have distorted most of the discussions over here, ultimately the last 5 minutes of your speech will be devoted to the bullet points which you worked for. I just want to hear that.
Guliga. Okay. So I will just consolidating whatever has come. Yeah. So what was it? Night shift. Yeah. So arranging, rearranging shifts and production cycles in such a manner that you get better productivity and output. That is one thing. Anything else? Wherever it is workable. I understand that. When he said that, I understood. That is a concept. To whatever extent you can utilize it, use it. All the 4 hours you can't shut the plant only for maintenance. Maintenance may be over in half an hour. So what do you do? I know. He was telling something, but in that particular mill, that might have been the case. They were all working in the evening. So anyway, that is... I understand. So, productivity, wastage reduction, material wastage reduction, anything on to reduce the material wastage reduction. Run the plant continuously full, so the wastage will automatically reduce. Yeah, utilization of migrant labor. That's why people were saying, no.
So that's a good suggestion that morning 2 shifts are running on 8.5 hours and night shift run on 7 hours. So even if there's a shortage is there, so production loss will be there for 7 hours instead of 8 hours. So you will gain 1 hour production. So this was a very common loss. Very common concept.
Why not 8 and a half? Why not 9? 9 plus 9?
9 and 9 it will be difficult and shift timing will become very
So 8.5 hours into 2 plus 7 hours. Yeah.
career in Mumbai also. So, and in that you will get one more advantage, sir. For maintenance also, you will increase half an hour in day shift.
Okay. So now we are talking about manufacturing excellence and productivity. Any other thing? Material wastage reduction, maintenance, keeping spares, running the plant continuously, making plant available. I hope.
So one more thing.
Yeah.
Life of consumables. You are asking for waste realization or yarn realization. If our carding wire has been used, we need to change it. Otherwise, what will happen? We will save 2 lakh rupees of carding wire, but we will lose 2 crore rupees of cotton as a waste.
What was the point once again? Yeah, yeah.
So OEM, original equipment manufacturer has given certain life to those consumers.
Yes, yes.
So to save.
You mean the shelf life?
Yeah,
Shelf life, yeah.
So after safeguarding wire, cylinder wire needs to be changed after 1,000 tons of processing or 800 tons of processing. So that wire needs to be changed. What mill manager will say that I am saving this year 10 lakh rupees, I am not changing these wires. But in the end, after 3 months, what will happen? He will increase, since quality is not coming, either he will increase the TM.
So that is being penny wise and pound foolish. Yes?
And that is
Okay.
not only with the private mill, this mill. This is a very common thing which we are implementing in private mill.
What about you guys? Are you doing this to save some pennies? Do you lose pounds? ഇപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞത് മനസ്സിലായല്ലോ അല്ലേ? ആ. No, no, no. This is a different point.
Same thing is saying, we are doing it a last preference.
So this is the thing which we can operationally try to change. Huh? Look at the longer term, larger picture, not the short term. Huh?
Finance is required.
Okay, so some good points have come. I think manufacturing we have almost covered. Now coming to, yes. 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 No, but in our public sector and cooperative mills also this Badali thing is there, no? We have it. So, Lata, IRC, as per IRC guidelines, there is a ratio between the permanent and Badali. Badali is a standard terminology in textile industry and casuals. So, based on those guidelines, you have to request the government to revise the guidelines so that we can use more of Badali and casuals, correct? Wage cost will come down, correct. And also, use the migrant labor more to the extent possible to solve so many problems, not only this thing, absenteeism, everything. Yeah, that's the case even with private sector also. I know some people who have sent back and they are sending planes to bring them back. Yeah, so that is happening. So I'll next move to sales. We being in government, we are always going by tender-based sale, correct? Which is not the way any business will do. But anyway, that let it be. But on selling, I'm not talking of marketing. Selling, marketing, I'll come to that after that. On the selling, compared to what we are doing, any other better practices you feel like, yeah, Mr. Argan, you are the sales. On the sales, any tip for our guys to, in general, selling, not marketing, selling. We generally go by tender-based sale. We say how much thing sell 10, whoever is coming H1, we will sell. Very old days. So private sector would be doing direct negotiation and selling. They'll be in touch and they'll be doing that. That's what they would be doing. But
So when we go for value-added products, that's mostly the customer even before.
Correct.
But in the regular one, you can manufacture.
So you'll be tailor making for customers.
Almost not brief.
So this is an area where we can request for some policy level support, where we can be more business-like rather than procedure-oriented. Correct?
And sir, like you are already selling through NHDC, National Handloom Development Corporation, that yarn pack, their scheme is there already selling through that. That is only particular quantity.
Yeah, that's all. Otherwise, they are selling tender.
I am saying something more, sir. Similarly, like that, if you can sell to some of the cooperatives of who are producing the weavers association or that kind of this thing, so it will be better. Weavers association, like looms, wherever they are, are there.
Okay. Correct. Correct. Yes. We can sell to them. We are selling. Only thing is maybe the collection, the money collection may be easier with traders. No, both are same. Okay. So got the point. On the selling, on the sales, anything else? Constraints we face. I mean, we have to follow the tender process. That's the only thing you are facing in sales, I think. But otherwise, yes, one point is this. Another thing was the sales will become better and more effective and efficient if you are actually manufacturing two requirements. That is the custom manufacturing. That is one point which came. No, you keep 1 month inventory is the general norm, right? No, many mills do not have, but what I think your norm is 1 month. 15 days. Okay. What about private sector people? 15 days. Okay. Now coming to marketing. Marketing, see, we are hardly doing any marketing. Am I correct? Traditionally, people know about us, each mill, and you put your tender. Only those people will see your tender. Nobody else will see, and they will quote, and you will get this thing. So, how to get better exposure if they are making good product, and get some at least slightly better remunerative prices by creating a brand and doing some target marketing and things like that. Any suggestions on that? Lata, you are listening, no? Whatever they are saying. Or if you are noting down, you can come to the front end.
Hello. So the private people, they have their own person in the market. Whether the trader or consumer is buying at the right price or he is buying at the lower price. So if we appoint one person in the major market who can give us the feedback about the correct market price of the particular count. So here also what happens, suppose out of 18 mills, 3 mills are manufacturing the same count. One mill may be selling at the higher rate, another may be selling at the lower rate. Selling at the lower rate, it is harmful for the mill which is selling at the higher rate.
Correct.
At the same time, whether the rate, that rate is also correct rate in the market, that also we don't have idea. Our people contact 2-3 people and they get, at the same time they don't have the money for wages, raw material payment and everything, then they push it. So my suggestion is, if we appoint one person in the major markets who can give the actual feedback to us, our MDs and general managers of cooperative mills as well as the KFC.
I got your point. Yeah. Only thing is, I'm just, we were talking about sales. Now I was talking about marketing. This falls under sales.
Both, even new product also, what
that's another matter. This feedback about price that is prevailing, that is more helpful for sales.
Plus, suppose one new, sometimes some
government uniform so basically the point is having somebody on the field. In major markets. For example, you need to have a guy in Bhiwandi. You need to have a guy in Surat.
Surat.
Such places who can give continuous feedback. And we need to ensure that his loyalty is to us and not
definitely.
to them.
That our people also should check up. Our people also should check up.
So there are many yarn exhibitions happening, like this month also, Ecoa yarn exhibition is
So
ideally...
You are talking within India or abroad? Because we can't go abroad.
So I'm not saying that way. What I'm saying is that one is that regular your clusters are there. Bhiwandi, Chalkarani, these are the regular clusters. And there are many more customers will be there which are not in these clusters but which are standalone to somewhere else. So that from that point of view and exploring more customer or direct relationship with the customer.
Attending all this.
Not attending, sir. Displaying your store.
Okay. But with 17 units, each one putting a stall may not be, as a whole we will, okay. The Kerala textile sector, okay. So exhibitions, participating in exhibitions and having a good, do we ever do this? Have you done in the past any time? Who has done? You have done. Where? Okay. How many years back? Okay. And we got some benefit from that? Okay. So good, we already have a track record. We have to just, maybe your financial constraints are putting you in this thing. Similarly, when you say exhibitions, we are talking of physical exhibitions. There may be several things happening on the internet also, in virtual. During COVID only. Now it's gone. Okay. Product development we didn't discuss. That we'll marketing, yeah. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, so as part of marketing, we can note another point, product development also. Product development also based on feedback from the market. Yes, yes. Okay. Hmm. So what is the solution? No, but what is the solution? What is the Okay. What you're talking is raw material having different sources of raw material in stock and blending it so that you get a consistent quality. That's what you're talking about, no? Okay. This is something which I have personal experience not in textile, but in a totally different industry like metallurgical zinc. When we manufacture zinc metal, we get concentrates one day from Australia, another day from Peru, another day from China, so many places. So there will be slight differences in the product, in the raw material quality. And once you feed it into the roaster, there will be serious problems. So what we do is, we maintain 5 different heaps and we blend it in such a manner that the feed to the plant is always same. So the same philosophy you are talking of. Okay. So which means you must have more money to buy all these things. Okay. So having multiple types of raw material and blending and feeding consistently into the, so that your product is consistent. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Right.
Laid out. And they are using, just for information only, 100 bales in one mixing or from minimum 30 stations.
100 bales in one mixing. Okay.
With 30 stations.
30 sources.
30 different, sources.
From 30 different sources they are blending and making one.
That's why they are able to give consistent result throughout.
And this feeding system may be automated also. Weight based.
One is automated and one is that, okay, you take certain amount from this bale, then next bale, then manual. It is a manual. One is manual and one is automated.
Okay.
But to use as many as lots possible in water. But that will happen only once you have a 2 months of stock.
Okay. So we were on marketing. On the marketing, anything else? We talked about exhibitions. Virtual is not there now, almost saying. Then no, maybe in publications like yours, or maybe some other publications about the textile industry, we can have a presence, right? Maybe regularly writing some articles, or maybe giving some ads. Which is? A sales commission, since you are selling through tender, who is taking the commission? Oh, the agents may be buying. And they take a commission and give it to somebody else. So, correct. Okay. Okay, we can note it down. But then, if you want to do that, can we do it in the tendering process? Because tender means only the end buyer can come and quote, no?
Based on the market feedback, the committee at the top level, they sit together and they decide the rate.
Okay. So in that process, rather than contacting only the end buyers, you have to contact agents also. This is a commercial matter. If the you see 0.5% you give and you get 1% or more increase, then definitely it is better. No, but anyway, giving agency commission is not something wrong, because our PSUs itself in other sectors, several of them are paying commissions to agents for selling. So this is one thing we can explore. So we have talked about that, and anything else? Working capital management. Working capital, we have working capital issue, but do we can we do something to improve the situation? Is there a way of maybe getting raw material on credit and selling product on ready cash? Is it possible? Huh? Not possible. No, cotton you always pay ready cash, is it? You get on credit. Ah. Okay, and what you sell, you get instant cash. You sell on cash and carry basis. Ah. So actually, you should not have a working capital problem. That is a problem. That's a problem. So on the labor front, we need to, that is anyway very typical to our state. We have to sit and discuss something. Lata, any other functional area? I talked about sourcing, manufacturing, marketing, sales. Government bond. That's all. Okay. One more thing. Time is running out. Just one more thing. Arunachal. Recommendations to be given to the government on the policy front. Couple of things have already come. This thing, for example. Anything else to help the sector as a whole? This is very much possible. See, actually there is an autonomy to the PSU committee given a report. Mr. Paul Anthony he's downstairs. We can call him if required. So the thing is, see, there is an autonomy. The thing is there. That's not implemented. That will come. So more autonomy will come to the government companies. Only thing is, it is all category wise. Companies who are already financially stable, they have a certain level of autonomy. Somebody who do not have, it's much less. So you will all get nothing at the moment. But but in terms of autonomy, I'm saying, see, if you don't go to the government ask for money, you will get autonomy. Every time you are going and asking means how will you be given autonomy? There's a problem. But anyway, the point we can note down, director board should have discretion at least on small things. Correct. I understand. Okay, that point also. Anything else on the policy front? Yeah. Which maybe? High tech. Yeah. All these guys are making yarn which they can't sell profitably. You buy from them. What is the problem? Okay. So I think we have, at least for the time being, we will keep in touch. At least internally, we'll keep in touch. We'll finalize this document, send it across to you. You can give your inputs. We'll make that final. Yes. KCB to be put on, but nobody can touch them. KCB, you know, is regulatory commission. They will say all that. We can't. New product development we discussed. Based on market feedback, you have to continuously have, but we should have a team for development. That team should work in close this thing with the marketing guys. Yeah. Because every good company always tries to find out what the market wants. Accordingly, they will make. Market wants, and where we get a better margin. We just make what we want to, what we can make. That is. Correct. Now they have. So I think time is also. Okay. So let me. We will. What I'm saying is, it's very tough to conclude all these things in a 15-20 minutes like this. So we will have this Excel sheet made, shared with all of you, with you also. And then maybe within the next 3-4 days, we'll try to conclude on that and then make an action plan based on that. And subsequently, I personally feel that this sector needs some consultancy organization to do a serious in-depth study with inputs from all of you and come out with recommendations which covers all functional areas, technology, marketing, everywhere. So something like that we will recommend the government so that we'll try to do something. And you can add a couple of us on your this thing so that we get your, what you said, no? Your monthly. So, I mean.
The discussion has been going on quite well since morning. On and off, I had been here. Sometimes behind you, sometimes in front of you. The 4 sessions have taken place, and the absolute expertise of all the, the consultants and the technical experts over here have really enhanced the quality of the discussion that has gone on. The observations of the managing directors started the day, and after that we went for the technical sessions. And right now we had the summation by, the address by Mr. Padmakumar, and then thereafter by Mr. Roy Kurian about the kind of analysis and rather about the consolidation of all the inputs that we obtained through the day. Now, I think we'll go for the responses from 2 of our CEOs over here. One is Mr. Kripakumar and second is Mr. Ramesh. I'll start with Ramesh. Great. Please.
Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I thank RIAB to conduct this wonderful session in this critical time of textile sector. And it is very useful session, and all the speakers are covered almost all points, and we discussed all points or problems, and some of the solutions also arrived. I think it is useful to implement in our factories, and definitely we will get a better performance, and we'll get a better outcome also. But, nothing, sir. Thank you.
Apart from the pleasantries that you expressed, what is one single point which you found to be quite remarkable from today's discussion?
I think that is marketing, sir. Mr. Alagan sir telling that local marketing. We are purchasing the raw material from Maharashtra and northern states, and we are selling the yarn in the northern states. So transporting cost is very much. But in Kerala, our market is very, very high. We are concentrating on our what I is selling, this cloth market and our yarn market. But we are not concentrated on our local markets. So various scope is there, sir. So much scope is there. That is one thing. And second thing, the global marketing. We are used to exporting some yarn to Burma and this one Myanmar. So marketing also, export marketing also is there. Mr. Sanjay sir is telling the marketing, global marketing scope and everything. So that also very good. Then regarding maintenance, we are given the last preference only for maintenance, because our situation is like that only. We have to concentrate more in labor issues. We have to concentrate more in purchasing of raw materials. And we'll give the last preference only is given to maintenance. That is also a very big issue. So due to the poor maintenance, we will spoil our quality also. That also highlighted here. So I think all those things are very useful, and thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh. Now it's up to Dr. Kripakumar, who is the MD of K. Karnagaran Spinning Mills in Mala. He is also an officer from the Directorate of Industries and Commerce. Please.
Respected Principal Secretary Mohammed Anish sir, respected Chairman RIAB Dr. B. Ashok sir, Member Secretary K. Padmakumar sir, and other respected audience. As you all know, we are here to discuss the various issues faced by the PSUs, especially in the existing business, in various functional areas like sourcing, manufacturing, procuring, product mix enhancement, technology and branding, like that. I think this is a useful session, and we have dealt with a number of issues, and also we have discussed various components like marketing, then raw material sourcing, manufacturing issues, technology management, like that. I think apart from that, my suggestion is that we have to improve employer-employee relationships also, and also we have to conduct capacity building programs. And our Principal Secretary rightly said in our morning session that we have a lot of unutilized land. Most of the industries, most of the PSUs have unutilized land. So we have to utilize for that industrial purpose. So as a total, this is a useful session. We have to continue. I think we have to continue this like seminars and workshops. So we have to improve our business strategies. And also in the morning session, Mr. Sanjay Arora, he rightly discussed that we have to map the global key trends across the textile and apparels. That is a good point he pointed out. And also we have a lot of opportunities, especially in the exporting field. He
Sanjay is here.
Yeah.
This is a very important point which goes much beyond the scope of our managing directors or CEOs to map the global trends. And for that, I think we need to have a very clear, kind of a direct intervention from the highly professional structure within the government or without the government, so that they are provided with the benefits of this mapping. That's what. Otherwise, somebody sitting in Pichu or Kanu will not be able to do the global mapping of the global trends.
Yeah, as per the latest statistics, our export trends will be doubled to $50 billion US. So there will be sufficient scope for us to think over exporting. So that's about it. I am sure that this workshop will surely help to bring some thinking process about the marketing strategy to be adopted, technology diversification, and also human management also. So thank you for all. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing the insights you have got from this program. So I may request Harish sir to tell the concluding remarks.
First and foremost, I wish to thank all our guests over here, and also for the kind of tremendous interest, because I had been to many number of workshops that have been conducted by the Industries and Commerce Department. Most of the times, people decide to pack off after the lunch is over, and usually the afternoon session usually runs at 50% capacity or 25% capacity if one goes by the kind of, the parlance that's usually technical parlance that's used in the spinning mills. 50% capacity, 25% capacity. Here in this case, I'm so glad to note that 100% capacity is the product run that's been made today. Thank you very much for that. Secondly, I was glad about the fact that 4 out of 4 technical sessions engaged the minds and the brains of all the textile technologists over here, and also the opening up of the eyes as well as the minds in terms of the new trends, the new ideals, the new concepts that can certainly be brought in as far as our spinning mills are concerned. Of course, I understand quite well that a long distance is to be covered, because decades of whatever I call stillness, I won't say it's neglect, but decades of stillness. Whatever was there in 1970 or 1980, it happened to be in 2000 as well. And some deal of refurbishing, some deal of novelty was brought in solely because some government funding was there, some NCDC funding was there. That's it. So compared to that, I think a great deal of initiative has been taken by the present government, and the Directorate of Industries and Commerce, the Department of Industries and Commerce has been in the forefront of promoting excellence, innovation, and a great deal of restructuring and re-engineering that can be brought about in the textile mills. So Padma Kumar, in fact, had been doing a great deal of service for me in the sense, because I had to move in and out of the time of this hall all the time because of multiplicity of activities over here. But at the same time, right from morning through the day, the kind of responses of the managing directors, technical sessions, the open house that was conducted by Mr. Roy Kuri and others, finally, I get 15 points ready for me. The first and foremost point is that we need to reduce on the transportation cost of cotton and the sale of yarn. Am I right? Absolutely. This is the most important bullet point which we have to. It is with this in mind that we are actually, the cotton board also plays in, falls in place. And we are trying to make a greater deal of, economics in terms of this transportation cost of cotton. And second is, as I emphasized in my inaugural speech, maximization of the capacity utilization and, material productivity. Third is cotton to be available. Again, I had emphasized it. And fourth is, we need to look forward to, this is something which, eluded my attention. Purchase of polyester viscose. Polyester viscose, which goes beyond the scope of our cotton board. So let's try to understand some other ways of doing it. Bulk sale of yarn is called for, which results in a greater deal of economy of scale. And wherever possible, other forms of fiber can be used for blending. So natural, eco-friendly, kind of sources of, materials can be made, like banana fiber, for instance. Then various remunerative markets are there. We need to match yarn for that, and that mapping of the global trends, as Mr. Sanjeev said, has to be done properly if we are to really become strengthened in terms of the activities. The end-to-end activity is something which really escapes our attention all the time. We have to finally take it to the fabric, but we stop midway through. Yarn, or whatever, a thread or whatever. Beyond that, we need to take it ultimately to the stage where fabric production is made by the textile manufacturing unit or the fabric manufacturing unit. So that's where we have to go to. And the branding of Kerala, we had already discussed it. Eco-friendly yarn. 3-shift basis operation. I don't know whether it would happen anytime, but some companies, some mills have been successful. I always have doubts about it because of the kind of, what you know. All over the world we see, but here in Kerala has always been special about it. That's why. Right. And effective mix of the yarn from various raw material sources, that eco-friendly nature. Timely maintenance and repair of the machinery. This is very well easily spoken than done. It's absolutely difficult to focus attention for at least 10 days in 365 days of the year. But as CEOs, as MDs, please try to bring in that maintenance component into it. Am I correct or no? Correct. Essential. And we should be abreast with the performance parameters the ratios of other mills also. We have to do that. And the manpower cost per kilo, kh of yarn should match the industry standards. That's something which we find it a bit difficult to adhere to because of the kind of proliferation of the labor which we have in many mills because of so many reasons. For decades together, the textile mills are units of this nature have always been considered as job providers, employment givers. Because 4 days back, in the middle of all my Kerala school Kalolsav that was going on in Calicut, I could do something remarkable for industries also. We had the plantation seminar over there, and all the big stars of plantation and the small-time growers came over there to Calicut. So they were telling us that, sir, for years together, nobody realized that this is an industry. They always thought it is a welfare activity, a kind of an activity like giving water to somebody or building a house for somebody needy and poor. Similarly, plantation is something which is done not to create any wealth, but to provide employment for everyone and to provide housing for everyone. So thankfully enough, this has been taken off from the hook of the labor department and it's brought under the fold of the industries department. So we are trying to, in that sense, in a similar sense, what I would state is that in the textile industry also, that kind of a philosophy, that kind of a psychological approach needs to be employed. It has to be an industry. Gone are the days when government would give money after money, cash after cash, so as to pump, or rather pumping and priming of the resources of the mills over here. And at the end of the year, you make colossal loss, and then once again stretch your hand towards the government, and as the government, as the map of everyone, would provide the money again. Gone are those times. Governmental finances become quite scarce. Everyone has understood it. When Kerala State Electricity Board, brilliant personalities of Kerala State Electricity Board arrives at the doorsteps of the various spinning mills across the state, the managing directors begin to tremble. Why? Because the fuses will be taken off and you will be without power supply for 4 days. Then I will have to beg and scrape and borrow some time from the chairman of CMD of Kerala State Electricity Board. But they cannot be blamed for that. They have to become another profit-making enterprise as well. They are answerable to the Electricity Regulatory Commission as well. So let's understand that the world has changed. And in keeping with the changing times, we need to reinvent ourselves, restructure ourselves. All these thoughts that you have started since morning, the technical sessions, your responses to the technical sessions, and ultimately the consolidation that's been conducted by the advisor, Mr. Roy Kurian and his team over here, I think Shelly and Leda and all of you over there should be able to consolidate on the most remarkable and the most workable, attainable points, and then see to it that these are the kind of agenda points high on the agenda list. And that should be the way in which we should really take it forward in the years to come. I'm happy that such an initiative has been taken after a long, long time. I think with textile mills, of course, we have had our review meetings, online review meetings, so once in a while the minister used to meet you. But this kind of a structured, scientific, workshop for one full day has happened after quite some years, if I'm right. So this is just the beginning. We will keep meeting again and again, provided that there is 100% productivity in the afternoon session as well. That's what I have to state. I'm so glad for everyone. I'm in the RIAB, Dr. Ashok and Padma Kumar and the entire team, Asha and company, they have all taken a lot of initiative in this regard. Roy Kurian and his team over there, they had all taken, quite some great deal of interest and enthusiasm in this matter. And we have had visitors, guests coming in from various parts of the country, experts in their particular domains of textile industry, provided imparted wisdom and knowledge to the proceedings over here. We hope and pray that tomorrow we should be able to create an absolutely new chapter in the history of this textile industry in the state. We may not be able to, attain the standards of the power looms of Bhiwandi or whatever. We may not perhaps be able to scale up to the kind of heights of the Surat market as well, but at the same time, and Coimbatore as well. But at the same time, let's try to create a little Kerala out of this Kerala. That's it. So with these words, I think we have come to the end of the day. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. And I hope that whatever points that have been very clearly, highlighted here, if at least a few of them we shall start to implement at least a few of them in the months to come. Thank you very much. Good luck and goodbye.
Thank you so much, sir. So I also take this opportunity to thank all of you and the management and staff of this hotel, Ranai, Cochin, and my colleagues, Mr. Jayakrishnan, Pradeep, Basha, and others. Thank you so much.